Hello, hi, how are you doing out there in internet land? My name is Brian Trippett, and this is the Electronic Front Porch. This is the beginning of day one of our live coverage of the 2024 Democrat National Convention from Chicago, Illinois. I will be joined tonight here in a little bit by some fabulous co-hosts. One of them is a regular and definitely not a stranger to the Electronic Front Porch, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We will be joined a little bit later by and there he is, as a matter of fact. Go ahead and bring him in right now. As a matter of fact, the professor Christian Watson is here tonight. How you doing, Christian?
Good. How are you? Good to be here.
Oh, very, very good. Very, very good indeed. We're just getting through the intros right now, and as I was saying, Ruben's going to be along here a little bit. As some of you all know, he's been battling some health problems recently, but he wanted to be here, and we're just going to kind of work his coverage in as he feels he has the ability. So if you're not doing it already, please go ahead and share the link out far and wide. Let's get this party started. I'm really dying to get Christian's take on this because, they haven't even started the official ceremonies yet, and this is just already turning into a clash of images, which is what I put in the promotion of the coverage that we're going to be doing here on my channel. Again, we're on Rumble, we are on Twitter, we are on that quaint little alternative social media platform known as YouTube. So please share the link far and wide. If you're not a subscriber to the channel, please go ahead and do so. Good evening, my dear. Good evening. And I have to give my apologies right now to Miss Gypsy. Apparently, your host doesn't have the good sense to realize the difference between AM and PM. And bless her heart, she got in here way earlier than she ever should have. So, Gypsy, you have my apologies, dear, I promise. But anyway, again, this is live coverage of the DNC. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm joined tonight by Christian Watson, one of the finest commentators coming or going across the country right now. And this is going to be really interesting because this is, and Christian, we'll just jump right in. I know Ruben's going to be here a little bit, but I have never... look, I'm definitely not old enough to remember 1968. And if I really needed to, I could pop some images up of that convention that in history is regarded as one of the most fractious, violent political events in the history of the Democrat Party. But we're not even like a full day into what's going on. And this is just insane already. I want to get your thoughts on this because, as I said in the promotion to this live stream, we are looking at, or we're talking about, a conflict of imagery. You have the Democrat Party that wants to portray the image. Everything is great. We're hunky dory. Everybody's on. There's the season of joy. We've got the new age of Aquarius, whatever you want to call it. And then all of a sudden, you pan cameras outside the United Center. You've got pro-Palestinian protesters busting down barriers. You've got people marching in the streets of Wacker Drive in downtown Chicago. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
In my limited life, in my limited political experience, I have not. But then again, politics was very different even 15 years ago. Politics was very different even 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So I think that we're in the mood to start precedents here as this new age happens. But someone who was around for the 60s, has definitely seen something like this, perhaps even worse, because right now there's no water cannons. Right now there's no canines being released upon protesters. Both of those things occurred in the 60s, late 60s.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this evolves to a level of severity. I'm hoping it won't, and I don't really think that it will, because a lot of folks don't realize that law enforcement in America was under a different regime in the 60s. It was under the ideological regime of law and order, quote unquote. Now, this idea, I think, had kind of went past its prime in the 90s after, the drug wars alienated a lot of people. But the old school law and order, you're probably very familiar with it, Brian. It was very much no nonsense. Lock them up, throw away the key, one strike, you're out. That's basically what it was. Well, we don't have that ideology ruling over law enforcement these days. These days, we have the ideology of rehabilitative justice, the ideology of redistributive justice, which means, in very short terms, treating different people who have a different status in society differently when it comes to certain crimes. And Chicago, especially, is controlled by that ideology if you look at how they enforce their laws. So I don't think we're going to see the level of violence we saw in the 60s from the police. From the police. I just don't believe it
I
because
agree
the
with that.
progressive, Mayor Johnson of Chicago is not going to let that happen. Just very simply because he probably agrees with much of the protesters' demands in honesty.
Hmm.
So people need to understand that historical parallels have limitations. And just because something happened in a similar situation does not mean it's going to happen inevitably. History is not this set thing that goes in one direction. It is a record that we all write, and we can write it in a good way or a bad way. It all depends on what we're feeling at that moment. So, those are my thoughts on that so far.
Oh yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's going to be very, very. I tend to agree with you. I don't think the police are going to be the ones initiating the violence. I think the violence that's going to happen is going to be initiated by the protesters, and how far and how deep it gets into this thing, yet to be determined.
Yeah,
Um, I
yeah,
mean, we just like I say, the imagery that's coming out of Chicago, it's almost like a split screen. I mean, right now we've got some speakers up at the DNC. I mean, I think Governor Rodonzo of Rhode Island just finished speaking, and we're gonna at some point, we will, folks are coming here to watch the convention with us, and we will pan in. I mean, as it stands right now, some of the just off the jotting down some quick names. Sean Fain of the UAW is scheduled to speak. AOC, Hillary Clinton speaking. James Clyburn, Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett, and there's just a handful of others. The keynote address is going to be delivered tonight by President Biden, and I want to get your take on something, and I'm really curious to know what you think. From the outside looking in, why do I get the feeling, as opposed to being, the valedictory speech that Joe Biden wants to give at the end of his political career, it's almost like they're dragging the old man out, trotting him up on stage the very first night, get him out of the way, get him out of there, and just, shoo, 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 shoo. Okay, Joe, you've had your moment. Go. I mean, from all reports, there's a lot of anger right now inside the Biden White House over the way, and from Biden himself, that he's just royally ticked. And again, he made the decision. So, I mean, in the end, it's all on him. But there's a lot of anger. Now, I don't think he's going to get up there tonight and just go off and say, well, they ran me out, screw you, Kamala, and I'm out of here. But I mean, what's the dynamic, do you think, inside the Democrat Party right now? Because there's a lot of actors with a lot of agendas. And I just, from everything that's being reported or said, and again, take it for what it's worth, some of it's just pure old fashioned, political gossip. But I mean, I don't see how this party comes. I mean, they're going to do everything they can to manufacture the image that we are a united party. The reality is they're anything but. And I think Biden's speech, like I said, I don't expect him to just go off, but he's going to throw some shade. Your
oh.
thoughts?
Well, I think we'll see. I don't know. Maybe he will throw shade or not. I think the most important thing is this, though. We've seen the party. So this is going to be a much bigger point than just tonight's event. We've been reminded of a party system that a lot of Americans genuinely believe is somehow representative of the principle that set the American Republic into motion, which is, well, actually two principles: consent of the governed and popular sovereignty. And that's why you saw a lot of people saying that what they did to Joe Biden was not democratic. And I've been saying, well, of course it's not democratic because it's not supposed to be democratic because nothing about this is democratic. Political parties are organized oligarchies, and they are organized oligarchies that have given preference to those at the very top of them, those who are the party bosses who set the terms of engagement. And, in all honesty, I think that primaries are just formalities in all honesty. If the party bosses want you to win, they will rig the system in your favor or against you, depending on what you want. I mean, just look at what happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016. So it's no accident, actually, how the system works. It's not something that I like, but it's how the system works. And so people need to realize that what happened to Joe Biden.
Keep talking. Keep talking. I'm just putting that up on the screen so people can see what's going on.
All right. Yeah. So people need to realize what happened to Joe Biden is simply a feature, not a bug of the system. And if that makes them upset, if that makes them feel icky, then all right, you should push to change the system. You can't blame the Democratic Party. You can't blame any of these people because that's simply how our system works. And so I think Biden knows that. He's been in party politics since before, I'm sure even before you were born, Brian. He's been there for a very, very long time. So this shouldn't be a surprise to him. But of course, we're humans. And when you're scorned like this, it does make you mad. As for the reports about Biden being angry and everything like that, there's a lot of chatter that's been going around. And apparently Joe Biden demanded an exit package. I don't know what the details are. But what I will say is this. If it is true, as reports suggested, that the Obamas and several other power brokers were the ones that put their thumbs on the scale and kicked Biden out, then, I really think we're going to see a reversion to the mean. We're going to see a reversion back to how Democratic Party politics was before Biden. In other words, we're going to see a reversion back to a kind of Obama-like, ethic, this time with a female face to it. Maybe even a little bit more extreme than Obama, because Obama, he was an avowed socialist. He talked openly about distributing the wealth. He had no problem with that. But this Kamala Harris, Tim Walz ticket has gone beyond Obama in terms of rhetoric. And they've openly embraced, not through innuendo, but through verbal command. So on and forth. What Kamala Harris said, the collective is our ethos. So that is what I'm looking at. I'm looking to see how this convention displays this ideological shift. And so far it has in some pretty important ways, but I'm not going to go into a long lecture about that. If you ask me about it, I'll expand. But
certainly. I mean,
I'm looking closely at that kind of thing. Okay, well, I'll give you one example then. So
all right.
Before I came on, I was watching a little bit of it. I was watching Maxine Waters and a few other people, and I was watching the little infomercials they have in between the speakers. And I noticed that the NAACP president and others were dressed in a sort of 60s fashion style, sort of civil rights fashion style. Then I also noticed that they kept calling back to the civil rights era, mentioning people like Shirley Chisholm, and juxtaposing Kamala Harris next to them as the logical result of the efforts of 60 years of civil rights. Now, this is particularly interesting because on the right, you have this discourse started by Charlie Kirk and other people that the civil rights era actually birthed some of the catastrophes that America now has. This is a discourse. In the film Uncle Tom, which a bunch of very esteemed Black conservatives came together for this documentary, there was an overall feeling of wanting to expel MLK from the canons of history as an exalted figure, wanting to move beyond MLK. So this is a very real thing that is happening. But within the context of that, the DNC has been able to position itself as the harbinger of those ideas. And they have been able to take what is largely still a beloved part of American history by a lot of, I'll call them normies that don't really tune into social media and watch people like us, who still view MLK in a very positive light, so on and so forth. And they've managed to siphon that for political advantage. They are trying to pose Kamala Harris as the continuation of the civil rights legacy. This is dangerous on several levels.
Agreed.
It's dangerous on several levels. I'll give you one example that's probably uncommon. The first reason it's dangerous is because it conflates the achievements of the civil rights movement with the ideologies that some people within the movement happened to have. So, for example, it's no secret the civil rights movement was largely pushed. A lot of it was pushed by people that were left-leaning. You had Bob Dylan, who was the national song anthem guy, who undoubtedly is left-leaning. You had Pete Seeger, who was a communist, an avowed communist. Right. You had a lot of different people. You had Jesse Jackson, who was a left-wing activist. You had a lot of different people that obviously their political biases were known. But the achievements of that movement, in some cases, like the abolition of public segregation, They are, in my opinion, they go beyond the scope of partisan politics. But now they're trying to position themselves as the continuation of that. And by logical necessity, they're trying to position conservatives as the rejection of that, which some conservatives are leaning into. So what I'm saying is they're setting up a dialectical trap that will enable conservatives to be labeled going forward as the continuers of Jim Crow. And there are people leaning into this. Not exactly Jim Crow, but they're leaning into a rejection of the civil rights movement. So if Kamala becomes the face of that, rejecting her is to reject civil rights. It's death by proximity. It's death by proximity. But it's smart. It's not. It's very smart, and I think it speaks to a deeper illness within our political understanding as Americans that we have to address, which I'll talk about some other time. But they're already setting this convention up to be an affirmation of that. I have more thoughts, but I'm going to stop right there.
No, that's fine. That's fine. If you're just joining us right now, we're kind of keeping an eye on the stage. There are some speakers that are going to be here tonight: Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Clyburn, Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett from Tennessee. Governor Andy Beshear will be speaking. Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia, Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, Dr. Jill Biden, Ashley Biden will be introducing her father, President Joe Biden, who will be giving the keynote address. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by Christian Watson, and we are basically, and another of our colleagues will be along shortly, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live stream coverage. While we're waiting, and since we got a little bit of a time, Christian, where can people find you on social media? What can they do to support your efforts? If they're wanting to follow your work, which is, I will argue, is much needed in this day and hour. Where can people find you? How can they help you out?
You're very nice, Brian. I appreciate it. So people can. I primarily use two platforms. I use Twitter, which would be @official C Watson, and I also use YouTube, which would be Pensive Politics. And so, the best thing people can do to support my work is very simple: leave a like on my videos and comment. I don't ask for money, although I do ask for money actually every video I do, but I don't ask for that as a prerequisite for support. Just liking. People don't realize how much a like goes for people who are growing in the content creator business, because the algorithm likes that. The algorithm will then recommend actually the secret is if you get a certain amount of people to like you in the first 30 minutes of your video being up, that actually is a very good sign for the algorithm. So yeah, that's a secret people don't know, but it's something else. So people can just do that, and also engage with me. I'm not someone that just only wants to hear himself speak. I want to hear the thoughts of other people, because I think that iron sharpens iron. So engagement is also appreciated.
Absolutely. And folks, if you're not following Christian Watson, do yourself a favor. As I say, this man's probably one of the best political commentators out there coming or going today. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. And Robert just now, and by the way, and Christian brings up a very valid point. We are not here just to listen to ourselves talk, although we think we're I'll be immodest. Christian will be modest. I'll be totally immodest. I think I'm brilliant. You ought to listen to me. But laying aside my personal hubris, no, please, if you have posts on Twitter, if you find things tonight, we're going to have a lot of interplay time, in between, people speaking, and we're going to cover some of the speeches, as I say. Some of them not so much because, yes, they're important poobahs in the Democrat Party. But, by the same token, if you find something interesting, shout it at us, man. Give us a tweet by all means. Shoot it at me, shoot it at Christian. We'll throw it up on the screen. We'll talk about it. We want this as much as possible to be as fun for you as it's going to be for us. And, the more audience interaction that we have, we appreciate it. So, like I say, share the link out, tell your friends, say, hey, come on in here. One of these guys knows what he's talking about. The other guy in the hat, I'm not so sure about him. He's kind of shaky, but, he's funny nonetheless. So, yeah, let me grab this thing that Robert sent over and take a look at this real quick. See what he is want to send us.
Yeah, I see Chea's post in the chat. I'm doing well, Chea. I'm doing very well. Hope you're doing well too.
Let's see.
Oh, I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm not sure if it's Chaya or Chea. I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. Robert just sent this over. Let's see. Robert, what you got here, my brother? Let's throw this up on screen. And we're not above looking at a meme. So this should be fairly interesting. Let me get this enlarged for the benefit of the audience. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What happened? What happened?
No, it's not. It's no. We have the DNC version of Rochambeau.
Oh,
Just saying. We're not saying, but we're just saying. Okay.
yeah. Well, speaking of that,
Thanks a lot, Robert. I really appreciate it.
No, I think you're quite solid, Brian.
No, I'm fine. I'm just giving it grief.
I told you remind me of Rush in so many ways, and I mean because I'll tell you a story when he was near his life. So at first, when I was like in high school, I didn't know what to think of Rush Limbaugh because I was just starting to listen to political commentators. I was more into like Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity and those people. But right before he died, I saw an interview he did with Greta Van Susteren. I think it was like an interview he did like years ago. He was healthy still. And that interview really changed my perception of him. I thought to myself, and he's not this boogeyman that has been described. He's actually someone that is pretty sensible about a lot of things. He has this kind of down-home attitude about himself. And he kind of plays himself up to the radio because that's his personality. That's his job, that's his career. But he's actually very sensible. And then closer to when he died, I listened to some of his last shows. And, I think that even in sickness, he was still able to keep intact a sense of passion for what he loved. And that is powerful because a lot of people when they're on their deathbed, they don't want to do anything but just be alone, surrounded by family, and wait out the days. Even when he was getting frail, and you remember those last days, Brian, getting frail and sick, he's no, I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep being a voice. And, hopefully God blesses us all with the fortitude to live as he lived and to be as bold as he was and to be as courageous as he was. So I see a lot of Rush in you, Brian. I sincerely do.
Thank you. I genuinely appreciate that. And you have an answer to your question about the pronunciation of this lovely young lady's name. But yeah, I mean, one thing about Rush, and a lot of everybody's always heard the expression, there are a lot of imitators, but there's only one original. Well, that was Rush. I mean, there's a lot of people that tried. There's a lot of people that, I don't know what word do I want to use here, stole.
Yeah.
If I may use that word, tried to steal certain aspects of what he did. There was only one. And for 30 years, that man had almost iron grip rule of the airwaves when it came to talk radio. I mean, there were people like G. Gordon Liddy. He had his own niche, and many others. But when it came to just almost total dominance, Rush was the man. I mean, it's just no getting around it. Now, to answer a question that I have been asked, golf, not so much. A good cigar? All right. Yeah. I will occasionally puff on a cigar, as the occasion allows it, if I'm in the mood for one. But it's not an everyday thing with me. Usually it's like a once every 2-3 months sort of thing. I just have to get in the right mood for it. But yeah, we're basically waiting for to see who. Right now, there's some speakers up on stage. I'll let you guys take a look at. The one, the only, the man with a lion heart, Ruben Christopher Haynes is in the house. Ruben, how you doing, my friend?
Hi, Ruben.
Sorry, I've been dealing with a lot right now, so I'm good.
All right, so yeah, we're basically waiting for certain notable poobahs to take said stage, but we've been talking about the opening day of the convention, and it really started last night. If you get right down to it, I mean, Ruben, you are at ground zero. We are not going to disclose your bunker location there in the Windy City. But since you are at ground zero, do you have any eyewitness reports? Anything you wish to share with the audience? Because you are in Chi-Town for all this.
I know. Yes. All I'm seeing is a lot of people complaining about all the lockdowns that are going on. Imagine that, all of the walls that they've put up. And And again, all of the shops that have been closed said that's very convenient for a lot of people in the Chicagoland area. But it just goes to the point. It's like, what's going on here. Over 100,000 protesters. They geotag hundreds of them coming in. There's still more coming in. So it's insane. But again, this is the whole idea. Public discourse is fine. You have the right to come together and protest. Violence is wrong. So that's what you should be doing.
I absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly. And I'm just waiting to see who is getting ready to come speak next. We know the order of the speakers tonight. I'm just trying to figure out at what point they are in their rotation, and we'll pop in and out as needed. Now, Ruben, like I said to you on the phone, my man, we know you're getting over some things. Do what you need to do for you, and when you need to like step out, just like shoot me a private chat message and just let me know.
Sure.
Senator Dick Durbin, the senior senator from the state of Illinois, is now up on stage. And I've got some history with Durbin.
So do I.
I've got some history with Durbin.
Oh.
In that, well, no, and it wasn't good history either, but since he's up there right now, I will share this story. When I was living out in Illinois, his first run for the United States Senate was in 1996. And the legendary U.S. Senator Paul Simon retired, and Durbin was more or less, he had competition, but you knew Durbin was going to be the guy. Now, on the Republican side, this is back when the Republicans had a functioning party out in Illinois, and they had just come off the sweep of 94. They literally held every constitutional office in the state: governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, treasurer, comptroller, treasurer, everything. So it was more or less, how shall I say, strongly encouraged that the lieutenant governor run. And a lot of conservatives, myself included at the time, were very much against it because this guy was just about as establishment as it got. There was a state rep out of Wakanda, Illinois, or Lake Palatine, however you want to say it, by the name of Al Salvi. He was a trial lawyer, put up his own money, and beat the lieutenant governor in the primary. Well, I went to work for Salvi's campaign against Durbin, and I was green as grass and dumber than a box of rocks. But going into the last 2 weeks of that campaign, we had fought off every attack, because the minute that my guy got the nomination, the first thing Durbin did, he's a gun nut, he's for guns, and this is still Illinois, it's still Chicago. That issue, even back then, had currency. Well, with about a week to go, the Illinois House Republican staff started doing tracking polling. And daily tracking polling, by the way. And with about, now I'll pop Durbin's image up on screen since I'm going to talk about the SOB.
He's got old.
He's getting up there. And I don't agree with Durbin much on anything, but man, this guy's been around the block. With about a week to go, my guy had a 2-point lead on Durbin statewide. And then it happened. So the guy I'm working for is traveling around to various radio stations, giving interviews, yada, yada, yada. And he's on a radio show and makes the statement talking about the attacks on him for being, too pro-gun. He said, well, look, I don't everybody knows Jim Brady was a licensed machine gun dealer. I don't see what the big deal was, yada, yada, yada. Well, the candidate's aide-de-camp was a fellow named Charlie Johnston. Traveled with him everywhere. They'd been old friends for years. So Charlie steps out of the room and immediately gets on the phone to the NRA in Washington, D.C. and says, fellas, I need every piece of research you've got on Jim Brady being a licensed machine gun dealer. And the guy on the other end of the phone chuckled from the NRA, and he said, Charlie, I hate to tell you this, but your boy just bought off on an urban legend. There was a Jim Brady. He was a licensed machine gun dealer, but it wasn't the Jim Brady who was shot during the assassination attempt on Reagan. Durbin and his people seized on the mistake They flew Jim and Sarah Brady into O'Hare Airport the next morning for a press conference, and it was front page in the newspapers, the Sun-Times, the Trib, everybody else. We sank 16 points the next day in the tracking polling. Another 3 points after that, and we never recovered. We lost by like 16, 17 points to Durbin in 96. And the thing is, we wound, in spite of that, here's how bad off Bob Dole was in 96. In spite of all that, we still did better than Dole in Illinois.
Wow.
We got our butts kicked that bad and still did better than Bob Dole, the presidential ticket.
So help me understand. So was this back like mid-90s, maybe mid-90s?
Yeah, mid-90s. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
96.
So
Clinton's re-election campaign.
Okay, so this was around the time. This was after Columbine. Was this after Columbine or before Columbine?
I want to say it was before. It was
Way
after,
before.
It was after Oklahoma
Columbine
City.
was 99.
Oh,
It was after Oklahoma City, but before Columbine.
Okay, because from what I have studied, you guys were there, so you probably know that around that era was like a very popular time for Democrats pushing gun control. Like, you had like the assault weapons thing being pushed, the Brady bill, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So was that something that Durbin was trying to capitalize on?
Durbin was what it was. Mike, the candidate I was working for, Salvi, had a very strong relationship with the Illinois State Rifle Association. And anything that Durbin could do to paint my guy as a gun extremist, that's what he was trying to do. That's what he was trying to do. And the thing is, the irony of it, and again, I'm not trying to get too inside baseball. We're just killing some time here before some of the main speakers come up tonight. There was a big discussion inside the campaign staff at the senior levels. And everybody kept telling them, we're going to ride this thing out. We're going to ride this thing out, yada, yada, yada. And the grassroots coordinator statewide said, fellas, you can do this, but understand something. You cannot switch strategy here. You're committed to this. You do it. You're going all the way to the election, win or lose. Because it's not like with 10 days to go, you can just, switch out and, pivot or whatever. At that point, everybody's locked in and the momentum's going. And the irony, if he doesn't make that one comment, would we have won? Who knows? Would it have been a lot closer to what it was? Oh, yeah, Durbin would have been sweating all night long. Because back then, and there's some still today in Illinois, there's Cook County, which is Chicago. Then there are the collar counties around Cook, which are Lake, DuPage, Will, Grundy, and there's one more, and I cannot think of it off the top of my head. Under normal circumstances, or at least back in the day, the Republicans all lived out in the collar counties, and you could offset some of the advantage coming out of Chicago, at least if you had a really good Republican turnout. Well, that didn't happen in 96. The Republicans just more or less sat on their hands or voted for Durbin because it was the devil they knew. And we just got swamped, absolutely swamped.
Well, speaking of Illinois, Alan Keyes, he ran for the Senate there, I believe. Right?
I remember that in 04 against Obama. Yeah.
Lost to Obama. So have you seen that debate that they had? The senatorial debate? It was, they might have had multiple ones, but there was one they had. And I mean, Keyes is just intellectually, look, beyond whatever you think about Keyes, personally, he's not my cup of tea in terms of a lot of his very traditionalistic viewpoints. But whatever you think about Keyes, that man is one of the smartest people.
Oh, I agree with that.
To be in American politics in the past 20 or 20 plus years. Like,
I agree with that.
The guy studied under Alan Bloom, who was a academic giant, translated the Republic into his own translation, which is now read across philosophy texts in university. So Keyes and Mansfield as well, over at Harvard, Keyes studied under him. So you had this intellectual giant just going in and smoking these progressives, just like it's nobody's business. But it didn't catch on with the public. And, Keyes also ran for the Republican nomination in 2000. And I really wonder what would have happened, or what things would have looked like had Keyes either won the Republican nomination in 2000, or if he had won the Senate, nomination, the Senate race in 2004. I mean, maybe you would have had a different first black president. Who knows? What do you think about all that?
Well, it's altogether possible, because I think the thing that hurt Keyes the most, and we'll switch it back here. The thing that hurt Keyes the most was he was perceived as a hypocritical carpetbagger, because let me explain what I'm getting at. When Hillary Clinton moved up to Chappaqua, New York, and decided to run for the United States Senate, Alan Keyes was on record and on TV just giving her down the road, which, okay, understandably so. Not native born of New York, you're just moving up there to try and take Daniel Patrick Moynihan's seat. And okay, now the Republicans out in Illinois imported Alan Keyes to run against Obama, and that comment absolutely came back to haunt Keyes. Now, I've even got a good Obama story from back in the day, and I'll bet you, looking back on it, the Republicans rue the day of what they did. There's another group of speakers coming out to the podium, but we're not necessarily going to break off our coverage for that. It's a group that I was kind of expecting to come out, but I've even got a good Obama story from '96. After the election, I started working for a little news service. Yeah, imagine that. That covered committee hearings, etc., at the Illinois State Legislature. Okay. Well, one of the things that I was covering was a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. No, was it Judiciary or Elections? I think it was Elections. An Elections Committee hearing. And it had to do with a controversy, two controversies, as a matter of fact. One of them involved a Republican state senator from down in East St. Louis by the name of Luchtenfeld. And the other was a elected Democrat senator in Chicago by the name of Barack Obama. And there were reported discrepancies from both sides. And a lot of people said, hey, there's some, campaign hanky-panky here. And all of it, and by the way, all of it would have been provable on both Obama's part to get him into the state Senate and on Luchtenfeld's part to keep him reelected, because a Republican down in East St. Louis, under normal circumstances, that ain't happening. Okay. If you know anything about Illinois,
yeah,
and you know anything about that neck of the woods in Illinois, a Republican down there is about as rare as a white Bengal tiger. Okay.
St. Louis is a disaster.
St. Louis is just all kinds of corruption.
So much potential too.
Yeah. But anyway, the gist of it was how it all worked itself out. The Republicans and the Democrats basically made a deal behind the scenes. They said, look, we got dirt on your guy. You got dirt on our guy. Let's let this thing wash. We're not going to contest Obama if you don't contest Luchtenfeld. And that is how Barack Obama got in the state Senate in Illinois.
Wow. That is amazing.
Now my memory could be a little bit off, because that's been like, 96, 06, 16. So we're talking like almost 30 years ago. But I'm pretty sure my memory on that one's pretty good. So wow. Yeah. That's how we wound up. That's how we wound up with Barack Obama getting his start. He was the community organizer. Then he got to the state Senate, and that was 96. He was there for 8 years and then moved up to the U.S. Senate. And 4 years later, president.
Yeah. Some people, if I may, a little bit on Obama, because actually that was my first political, I won't say awakening, because I was very much still asleep, but that was my first political event that I was in proximity to, because I remember, when I was younger, like 8, 9, I was raised in the black church. Mm-hmm. And so Barack Obama was a sensation. And so on election night, everyone was gathered around the church, the church TV room we had, and we had all kind of food out. And when Obama won, like the room just lit up with electricity. My mother cried. No, yes, and I had no clue. I mean, I presume that's how things were supposed to be.
I was watching his rise, and I was going,
Yeah.
Everyone's a zombie. They're just enamored by them.
Yeah. No, I've not seen something like that. Not even with Trump. There was something seismic with Obama that just struck people and made them act. It's almost something that possessed them. And so, but by the time his second term had come around, now I was a little bit of a precocious youth. I was watching Bill O'Reilly and that kind of stuff. So I was more aware, and I was following a lot of different things he was doing. And I remember very clearly on New Year's 2011, New Year's 2012, going in 2012, he signed a bill that essentially made it legal for the president to indefinitely detain American citizens without trial. And that barely got reported. It's now known more because a lot of podcasters talk about it. But back then, it was a scandal. It barely got reported, which is one of the reasons I'm very grateful that we have the decentralized media now, because now people with that kind of thing would light up Twitter these days. But back then, CNN didn't report it, Fox didn't report it, and I was here just looking at the computer like, oh, that doesn't seem too good. Now these are like my Ron Paul days when I was like really into that world. So I was looking at all kind of sources, and I noticed something about Obama is that he quite literally he's one of the few people in modern history that's been able to get away with selling Americans things that were absolutely bad for their country in the name of helping them with a smile.
Yeah.
Like, for example, he literally said from the Oval Office, I remember this very clearly, when he was asked about Republicans not wanting, I think it was up on like a debt deal or whatever. He said, I have a phone and I have a pen, and I'm willing to use both of those things. That's basically him saying that he is ruling by fiat, which is funny because he also said that he wasn't a king, but he acted like a king. When he decided to go ahead and bomb Libya into smithereens, Barack Obama quite literally said that the UN will support me, NATO will support me, that's all I need. Well, no, under the War Powers Act, you need to have congressional authorization when you go into something that is tantamount to an act of war. So you completely ignore the War Powers Act in the name of some kind of illusory executive authority that doesn't actually exist. So on and so forth. I mean, he really did a lot of damage to our country. I think that the Obama era is actually one of the reasons why I think Trump's rise was a direct reaction, not just to the Obama era, but the Bush era, which in my opinion, is in the same genus as the Obama era, just at a different face. At a very much of a different face. Because look at what Obama did. Obama basically continued Bush's wars largely. There was really not much of a difference. He even added more wars onto it, unfortunately. So conservatives don't talk enough about how bad Barack Obama was. Like, he really was a
horrific,
a decade-defying president, a civilization-defying president. And we're still dealing with the effects of his influence to this very day. People don't realize it.
Well, for me, his greatest accomplishment, I say greatest with irony, was he fundamentally transformed America. He did what he said he was going to do. He did it. We are where we are because of him and his policies. And again, it's all about they're manufactured. They're trying to do the same thing with Harris as they did with Obama back in 2004 when he spoke at the Democratic National Convention. And then in 2008, it was just out of nowhere, and all of the shenanigans that happened there, because he was basically it was Jack Ryan was running for Senate, and suddenly it was the whole sex club scandal. You have to remember, everyone's in bed with each other. Jerry Ryan, her husband, Star Trek fame, and her would do this because, again, Hollywood is a cesspool. So sex parties in Hollywood are normal. Politics, we know what's going on. We've seen the things. I won't say here is on your YouTube, but we know what's going on there. So what happened is that's how it works. And Tucker Carlson has talked about this recently, where they will purposely send up you to have a sex scandal. They will make the offer, a beautiful woman coming up to you to try and do these things, or whatever, money or whatever, and then they got you. So that's what they did with him. So they saw Obama rising up, but that Jack Ryan had these ambitions. So they released this information and shut him up, get him out. We want Obama in, and you have heirs and all and Dorn, all of the underground doing all those things backing up Obama. And then, of course, the media had that power where they shut everything down. So you did not know. The same thing they did with the Hunter Biden laptop for Biden. They did the same thing for Obama back then. They shut down everything. They do it. They coordinate it. And then, thank God, we have X now where we can have some vestiges of free speech and Rumble. So that's what they did there. So then the whole Obama mystique was really bad. And then what really made me laugh was when he was elected and then they gave him the Nobel Peace Prize, which was the dumbest thing. You legitimized the Nobel Peace Prize completely. It's gone. He
did nothing at that point too, and he ended up being one of the bloodiest presidents in our history.
And that's what I'm saying, and it goes to your point. And then after that, he did that, and then no, it makes no sense. It's like, wow, we're living in clown world. I knew that then, but I didn't know how bad it was because I always thought there was a certain salinity that you would basically. Hey, we come to the table, we have ideas, we present them, someone wins, you're a good sport, and now it's this blood sport.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Well, and to take off on a couple of points that Ruben just made, a lot of people forget exactly why Jack Ryan, who was going to be the Republican nominee for Senate against Obama, I mean, Ruben's right, but there's one detail that he's leaving out, and I'll just go ahead and inject this. The reason that everybody found out about the stuff that was going on with Jack Ryan and his ex-wife, Jerry Ryan, was somebody went to court and got certain divorce proceeding records unsealed. And it got out in the public ether. And if people are trying to figure out what the Chicago way of American politics is like, you want a good example of it? There's how you do it. You want another good example of it? Talk about former Governor Rod Blagojevich, who got afoul of Obama after Obama came to the presidency. And basically it got down to there was a disagreement between those two men about who should be the next U.S. senator to replace Obama. Blagojevich wanted a very, and I know the guy, Roland Burris, who Blagojevich appointed, and no, that's not how it's going to go down. And basically, Obama sicked his people on Blagojevich, and Blagojevich wound up doing prison time. I mean, Obama is probably one of the most ruthless politicians that has ever graced or disgraced the American political stage. I mean, the man is absolutely ruthless in terms of what he'll do. I mean, the fact that they, are threatening Joe Biden with the 25th Amendment to get him out of the race, which is largely going, I won't say unreported, but it's unrealized. It's what was being done. They basically blackmailed Joe Biden to get him out. And this is not just, me saying this. There's two independent reporters, Isabella Vincent of the New York Post and, Seymour Hersh, the legendary investigative journalist, independent of each other, are reporting that that's exactly what went down. Obama basically went to Biden and said, you either get out or we're invoking the 25th Amendment on you. Yeah. And sure enough, that's what happened. Biden gets out. We now have Kamala Harris. And, now we begin a very interesting Democrat National Convention. And right now, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is up at the microphone. And
that woman. If you set me up on, so first of all, any political official that supports cults, I don't like them. Karen Bass, quite literally, and I know this because I was actually studying Scientology recently. Karen Bass has basically been playing footsie with the Church of Scientology. She has been going to their events, speaking at their galas, and then when questioned by activists in her own city, who are actually on her side,
sure,
they're saying, she's saying, well, actually, I don't know about the Church of Scientology. I have no relationship with them. When she literally is standing side by side by them, all kind of stuff. I mean, the Church of Scientology has entire buildings in Los Angeles where it's alleged that they are holding certain people hostage, like a cult, because that's what they are, a cult. Jeez. So this is a woman that talks about progress and dignity and rights when in her own city, she's literally letting a fully fledged dangerous cult flourish. And she's supporting them by appearing next to them. And that's probably like the least worst thing she's done in her tenure as mayor. I think that she's absolutely horrible, and her own citizens don't even like her, in all honesty. Democrats in Los Angeles are not even a fan of her. She is incredibly unpopular. So anyway, that was just a little bit of an insider baseball rant, because I don't like cults very much. I think that they should all die miserable. I think that they should all go away. Sorry, I'm not encouraging violence.
I understand.
They should all go away. They should all go away.
No, I agree with you completely. And, I'd like to get Ruben, if you're still there, I know you've got your camera blacked out, but, yeah, I mean, you know, Christian and I were talking about this at the beginning of this, and that there's a conflict of imagery here, in that the Democrat Party is trying to convince everybody that, everything is hunky dory and wonderful. And then you've got imagery coming out, all around Chicago, or the United Center and the city of Chicago, where you got, hundreds of no, I should say hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands. Let me rephrase that. Tens of thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters that are absolutely, I mean, if I were the security team handling the United Center, I would be on my toes for 4 days until this thing is over. I really would, because I mean, there was on Twitter last night, you guys probably saw this. There was one girl, while the band was up there playing, wearing a mask, rushes the stage, just starts screaming about Palestine, genocide, everything else. And, they got her off the stage, but it's like, this is just one girl. We're talking about tens of thousands of people that are going to be protesting this event. I mean, Ruben, your thoughts?
It's insane what they've done here. The whole they had the LGBTQ people marching, and they were clashing with the Palestinians. So it's like a Mexican shootout, basically. They're all pointing at each other. You have the police doing one thing. You have the bike people, on the bike cops, which you look at them, they're not in good shape. These are just cops they're local cops, because the whole community policing aspect, be their friend, and you see that. But you see cops ending up getting hit, and because they're not in shape to do this thing they're doing. Stop, and they're not going to listen. It's crazy. So it's just what's going on here is a shame. Because you had in Republican convention, you had an influx of money going into the city, because you had people shopping, doing things. Milwaukee's a very, very beautiful town. And here in Chicago, everything was locked up, shut down. The zone of, it's like going into a militarized zone. And there's still gaps, and they were breaking down the walls. So it's just a shame of what they're trying to do. And again, we were looking out for these agitators. And the one thing that's really stunned me much, once again, magically, there are pallets of bricks all over the place.
You serious?
Yes. It's on Twitter. Yep. All over, in front of a hospital. What's this coming from, and all that stuff. It's on Twitter right now, all over the place.
There's no construction. There's no construction going on nearby, is there?
Nope.
Oh boy.
Again, it's who is it? The movie Sum of All Fears.
Yeah.
It really is that. We have people who want chaos and want it to happen, and they're doing it on purpose. And it's this very sad state that more people don't see what's going on here. Because I remember, I have a little history with the Democratic National Conventions. I actually went to the 1995 one. I worked with Haley Barbour and Ed Gillespie there.
Ruben, hang on a second. This is Commerce Secretary. Let me find the name real quick. Gina Raimondo said she's former governor of the state of Rhode Island, but she's going to be giving some remarks. Then after her will be Kathy Hochul of New York, and then starts the procession of Sean Fain from the UAW, AOC, and then we'll start listening in on some live speeches. Sorry, Ruben, go ahead.
No problem. And then I was there in '96. And I was and again, back then we didn't really have to enter that much, but I did help out with counter information. Anytime they said something on stage, I helped in the back. And it was a very nice experience to have there. And it was not like this. It was you could walk anywhere, do anything. There was no lockdown, no heavy police presence. This is totally different. And again, we're dealing with 96 to now, and how the world has changed, how violent it's become is insane. And it's very sad that Chicago is, again, has fallen down the way it is, but we're trying to do that here, but it's working. What's going on here?
Yeah, there's a gentleman walking up there. Yeah. No, I don't. Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, Austin Day. Well, okay. Yeah, I can read the captions too. But yeah, I would, let me ask you guys while we're waiting for some of the main speakers to take stage tonight. And this was posited earlier today. Two of my favorite commentators, and my audience has frequently heard me drop names: Rich Barris and the attorney Robert Barnes. There's going to be, there's the imagery of unity that's going on inside the Democrat Party right now. But okay, everybody leaves Chicago, they go back to their respective states. Hochul goes back to New York. And that gets to something else. Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, supposedly one of the biggest swing states in America, and he's not at the convention and has no intention to show up. Neither does Fetterman, the junior senator from Pennsylvania. So then you got, Hochul's going back to New York. Whitmer's going to go back to Michigan. Who am I thinking of here? Yeah, Shapiro's not even showing up.
Yeah, Whitmer had a photo op or a photo with Alex Soros, of course. He's there too. Alex Soros is there.
Well, but I guess my question is, and I guess this is something that Barris and Barnes posited earlier today. He's supposedly Shapiro is not going to be there. And I'll throw this to both of you. Okay, everybody's going to say, yes, we're united. Yes, we want to beat Trump, bad man orange, yada, yada, yada. How much is personal agenda with some of these governors and elected officials going to really, get into the weeds as far as actually helping or hurting Kamala Harris post-convention? Your thoughts? And I'll leave it to whoever wants to start that one.
So I'll speak a little bit to Josh Shapiro because I studied him by virtue of him being my governor. And so I think the idea that Josh Shapiro being VP would have guaranteed Kamala Harris Pennsylvania was overstated. I understand the wisdom of it, but it was overstated because he's already endorsed her. And Trump, at very best, Trump and Kamala are at a virtual tie in Pennsylvania. At very worst, Trump is up by like a point or so. So if the endorsement didn't help, and him going out on the campaign trail for her in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia when she announced Walz as her VP didn't help, I don't see why having him as a fixture on the ticket would help either. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand the connection there. But I think all political parties have factionalism, and you're seeing a lot of factionalism, a lot of factions be drawn, a lot of battle lines be drawn. Because of this entire thing is really just largely unorthodox, compared to how the primary process normally happens. And a lot of people have gotten scorned. A lot of people have gotten burned, especially Biden. So I would be surprised if there wasn't some level of animosity. As far as how this is going to impact her reelection, look, that's not even the main problem. Because to be frank, and I'll be frank, I'm not sure what Barnes and Barris believe. Most voters don't care about the fact that Kamala Harris overthrew Joe Biden by fiat. Most of them do not care. We care. Most people do not care. So, because when somebody is worried about, how they're going to get food on the table or their gas prices, that's what they care about.
Exactly.
So then you have to ask yourself, how does Kamala speak to those issues? Well, we've seen a little bit of that already. She just proposed price controls. She just proposed a housing bubble. They just proposed a policy that was the forerunner to the housing crisis of 2008. She just proposed, and voters remember that, people remember that, and these are not popular policies. And there has been very good messaging from the right, I think, on this issue by trying to say, look, price controls lead to shortages. Not only lead to shortages, people haven't taken the step further. They also lead to rationing. And what does rationing lead to? Rationing leads to authoritarian takeover of civil society. And what does that lead to? It leads to dictatorship. And so for that reason, Kamala's economic messaging has just fallen flat.
Oh, I agree with you.
I'm going to be able to tell people who are working, who understand a little bit about what's going on in the consumer economics, that just controlling the prices will fix everything. No, it's going to ruin things. And so if she keeps doing stuff like that, if her policy proposals are as bad as the one a few days ago, objectively, not even looking for my own bias, objectively, then getting governors to support her will be the least of her worries.
Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree with that.
So I really don't think, At first, a few weeks ago, I was kind of in the dumps, like, oh no, Kamala is gonna win. But then I caught myself, I'm like, Christian, you're being premature. Are you Nostradamus? Do you know this? Do you know where the polls were with Hillary Clinton back in 2016? Do you know how they looked? So what I'm saying now is this: she can absolutely win. That's entirely a possibility.
Yeah, agreed.
But she is her own worst enemy, and she will stand in her way. So what people on the right need to do is spend less time creating AI art of Kamala being a communist, and spend more time creating a positive agenda on the future ahead, creating a positive agenda on why the conservative message is the best for society and the country.
I agree.
Trump did that a lot today in his York, Pennsylvania speech, which I watched in full. He did that a lot today. He was disciplined, he was on message, and he was very much about the issues. And that is what I think is going to get Trump to win. That discipline.
I agree.
Staying focused. That's what's going to get him to win. So this is, the right can win this election if we want to, but if we're going to play games and we're going to keep looking at things that are insignificant, her laugh, her race, art of her being a communist, then we're not going to be able to actually get to people that don't already agree with us.
Agreed. To me, it's very simple. For the next 80 days, Trump has got to laser focus on, here's what I did for 4 years when I was president. You had peace, you had prosperity, you had more money in your pocket, you had peace abroad, you had peace at home. I controlled the border. I can do it again. And let the other stuff, which frankly, some of it's just downright frivolous. I agree with you, Christian.
Yeah, it is.
The other stuff, let other people who want to get into those weeds, let them get into those weeds. Trump, just stay on message, stay on issues. Ruben, I'll throw it to you.
If he does that, he'll win. I promise you.
Oh, I agree. Ruben,
no problem.
I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, basically, I agree wholeheartedly. The fact that, Trump has to continue the message. But again, it's a duality where I'm monitoring a lot of the Harris tweets and then the Trump counter tweets and I'm what they're doing. So anytime anything out of context is what they go with. So in a sense, there's the subculture that wants to put up these AI Kamala things. That is, it sticks with people. It's okay. But you let people do that because the left is all about that message. They see Trump, orange man bad. That's all they think. Orange man bad. Trump, Hitler, Trump. It's very simple messaging. So Kamala Kami, it's simple. But that's not the message that the president should be doing. It's the message that's the people that the underlings should be doing.
Right.
And Trump did brilliantly getting on TikTok, doing the TikToks with the food prices to the kids, because again, he sees that TikTok is 18 to 24, and he is really showing inroads in the youth, which is bizarre when you think about it. A Republican candidate that's connecting with the youth, because again, he's smart, because you see these TikToks and you see on YouTube or shorts people put out there. I'm working. I went to school. I got a job, and now I can't afford food. What the hell's going on? What's going on here? They think the American dream is done. So we're comparable in a way to right before when Carter, the malaise aspect of it, but in a very, it's more violent as opposed to being down. People are not down. They're just like they're frantically doing what they're going to do. Be positive. And again, it's then it mirrors 1984, where you have Reagan saying, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" And Trump is doing it now and showing people, and people saying it. Yeah, 4 years ago, this and that. And then you have the counter argument, which was solidified in one video, which he did on it. He has his own worst nightmare is Don Lemon, where he goes around and he interviewed that guy. Are you better off you were 4 years ago? No, man, it's terrible. And they're going, well, that's not true. Things are much better now. Why ask, Lemon? Why are you asking people if you're going to basically say that they're wrong? So then that's a thing. You have one side, the elite, that are saying it's wonderful because, again, they planned it.
Yeah.
We know what they did regarding the jabs. You know what they did regarding everything? They put it out there, and again, all these billionaires got more rich. You listen to Tucker Carlson, you listen to even who is it? Russell Brand talks about this, all the stuff going on here. Even the person that owns the house here is dealing with issues with her parents right now. And then she even said, I cannot believe how corrupt the government is when it comes to healthcare. They should give it back to the states. And I went, duh, thank you, welcome here. You know, Obamacare really fucked you over, dude.
Exactly.
So it's like, people are waking up. There's this. We're threading the needle right now. Full-blown civil war, which you hear people talk about Tim pulling all bullshit, or the rise of the American who says, you know what, I just want to have my own piece of land. I want to get married, have kids, and we're having kids, as opposed to the Democrats now doing abortions and vasectomies at the Democratic National Convention. They say there's not enough people. We say that we need more. Raise kids. Don't send them to schools. Don't do these things. You had, who was it? The NEA person was there. So you're seeing the dichotomy of a dying elite and even the Republican elite, you know, the real, you know, establishment Republicans, they're going to go away. The new generation is taking over. And I hope that things don't go really bad, because we're less than 90 days away. And people have to wake up and start, you know, getting more involved in their local politics, getting involved in their own aspect of their whole entire lives. And again, realize that people are suffering, realize that the only way, it's not about Trump. It's not about Kamala Harris. It's about what form of government do you want and how much control do you want that government to have? Do you want to have total government control, which she's talking about price controls and, you know, giving people money and it's giving their debts away, paying them off? Or do you want to say, no, we're going to lower your taxes, we're going to make everything tariffs, and we're going to basically revitalize, because we have oil, we have the manufacturing here. They could easily talk to, like, even I'm going to say Tim Cook or whatever, or anybody, Google guys out there. We're going to build a factory here in the United States, and we're going to train the United States to do it. And if we have an iPhone, how would you like to have an iPhone made in the USA? Have something made in the USA by American workers, treating it here, as opposed to being in this global economy just because they're going to do it here. Let's do it this way. And I think that's the big difference that we're
absolutely.
Well, I've got to run, Brian.
I know. I was about to give you your outro, brother. I know. Yeah. Excuse me, Christian. Where can people find you on social media? What can they do to support you? Thank you for being here tonight, for popping in for a little while. We genuinely appreciate it. So I give you the floor, sir.
Yep. You can just find me on Twitter at official C Watson, or YouTube at Pensive Politics. I try to post every day. Not tonight. Tomorrow I'm posting a video about political symbols, how they inform our view of culture, and then Wednesday we're talking about why the left hates Lord of the Rings. It'll be a very fun video. I'm excited about it, and we'll see where it goes. So thank you so much for having me, Brian. I appreciate it.
Oh, Christian, you're what for the 4 nights of this shite show, as my British friends might call it. For the 4 nights of this shite show, you're welcome to pop in anytime you want to, for as long as you want. You know that, man. You got carte blanche. Appreciate so, brother, have a good night, sir.
Bye. You have a nice day.
Take care. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Christian Watson, and my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative, and I'm joined by the Lionheart of the Midwest, Reuben Christopher Haynes. We are here. We are doing for you what hopefully you should not have to do for yourselves. We're covering this nonsense that they call a Democrat National Convention. That's all I'm saying. It's just it's madness. And Daniel, you know what? I'm freewheeling these 4 nights. If you want a link, shoot me a message in Twitter. I will let you come on here, brother. You seriously, you want a piece of this? We'll let you have it, man. We'll let you have it. But yeah, glad to have you here tonight. And so yeah, I mean, yeah, we're basically, there's a speaker up there right now who's propagandizing on a subject that makes no relevance whatsoever, because it has nothing to do with the fact that, you know, she's up there ranting about Project 2025, of which Donald Trump has said he wants nothing to do with it. All right. I'm throwing you a link. I am going to throw you a link, brother. Give me a second here, and I will make this happen. So, while I'm doing that, I mean, Ruben, I mean, how much disunity is there going to be in the Democrat Party after this convention's over with? Or let's just I mean, look, I think Christian brought up a really good point before you got in here.
Mhm.
We're not going to see the police committing violence like we did in 68. If the violence is going to happen, it's going to come from the protesters themselves.
Right.
Okay. How much could potentially happen, and how much do you think we're actually going to see out of these 4 days as far as, the shattering of the Democrat imagery they're trying to create?
We will see some because I have local television I can watch. You'll see it on Twitter, but nowhere else.
I would tend to agree with that.
But it's going to be it's interesting. You see the crazies. You see basically. I was watching people in not near the United Center, but more in the Magnificent Mile area. But they were basically protesting, and you had them basically say, "We love America. We just hate you." And then they're pointing at the reporters that were there that were like, from Drew Hernandez and all the people from TP USA and all that stuff. And the fact that we're going to basically put you, or we have to re-educate you. You're evil. We want Trump. You want Trump to be a dictator on stuff. I'm going, they're out there. And then you had people that want, for the abortion pill. I'm gonna swallow the abortion pill on the stage. I'm doing it. I want to do this. I'm going, what is this? It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I call me, old fashioned if you wish, but I don't know that it really helps your political cause to, the first thing that everybody sees before they ever arrive in Chicago is a rolling RV that will snip a man's junk so he can't have kids. I mean, the Democrat Party is not exactly known for being the party of manly men anymore, anyway. Gone are the days of JFK or, his ideological descendant, Bill Clinton. At least they understood the difference between a woman and a man, because Lord knows Bill Clinton chased enough women. But, like I say, I don't know that it helps your cause as far as like people seeing you as a normal, acceptable political party, that the first thing they see rolling into Chicago is a van that is there to give you a vasectomy, and they're going to offer you free abortions. I don't understand how this image to the average middle American, they're looking at this going, huh? What? I don't know how that's going to play. I mean, to the Democrats, it's probably perfectly normal. But, and I agree a small time on this. It's the reflection of a party of death. Now, that may sound harsh to some people, but I don't know how you otherwise get to that. You don't get to that conclusion. Your thoughts?
I totally agree. It's just insane right now. Everything that's going on in the world. This is bothering me.
I absolutely agree. And by the way, while we're waiting for some of our speakers to come up tonight, if you have memes, if you have news, tag either myself or Ruben. And
I'm monitoring right now too.
Because you're a man of many and multiple talents. I am just a man that knows how to run his mouth. And speaking of the man who's running his mouth, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my partner in broadcasting crime, Ruben Christopher Haynes, who is at Ground Zero in Chicago, holed up in a bunker that's about 25 feet underground with 4 feet concrete walls, but he is able to monitor all situations that are available to him. We are live stream covering the first night of the Democrat National Convention, and we will be here all week, by the way. So if you can't get enough of our pretty faces, trust me, baby, you're going to get a whole bunch of this for 4 days straight. We're basically waiting for some of the more notable speakers to come up and, having discussions in the meanwhile. I still go back to the thing that, and Ruben, I want to bring up something, and you hit on something very important earlier. Thank God Elon Musk owns Twitter.
Yeah.
And now here's what I'm getting. And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to defend Elon Musk. I'm not saying that Twitter is the perfect social media platform, although I think they've come quite a ways from when they started, or I should say from when Elon took over.
Right.
But if it weren't for the fact that, we could actually see some of these images that are coming out of Chicago, then, thank God that Elon Musk owns Twitter, because we can actually see what's happening. And I'm telling you right now, I just don't know. I mean, again, do I think that as far as political infamy, that the 2024 convention is going to rise to the level of 1968? Probably not. But the idea that somehow the Democrats are going to be able to pull off a completely event-free convention, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Ruben, I saw that link you just sent me.
Just funny. Just funny.
Oh gosh, this is good. This is great. This is great. Hang on, I got to put this up here.
Comedy. We gotta have some levity in this shit, basically.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And this was sent to us by one of our regulars on the electronic front porch, Gypsy. And while we're pulling that up here, ladies and gentlemen, you come across a lot of interesting people in your time, and I got to say hello to this fella, because it's been a long time since we've talked. Ooh. Please welcome Mr. Daniel De La Fay. Daniel, sir, how are you?
Hanging in there, doing my best, man. Doing my best.
Well, you and your gym partner are doing more than your best. I've seen those pictures you guys are posting, and it's like some of the crap you guys are lifting at the gym is just absolutely absurdly ridiculous.
That's him, man. He's young and virile, and he's like into strength training and competing and all of that. So he can deadlift like 4 or 5 plates. I can't do that. I can do like 3 plates, like 1 or 2 reps, but I can't do 4 or 5 plates. He's crazy, man. He's strong.
Hey, look, man, I can deadlift a plate too, man. So if you put mashed potatoes, gravy, turkey, and green beans on there, I can deadlift that baby all day long, son.
Oh boy, no, I feel that, man. Put some steak on that plate. I will deadlift.
How do you do it, man? I'm not talking.
I'm okay. I've been, just doing my thing, and obviously, I walked away from dangerous rhetoric and all of that. I'm not really as focused on political, social commentary right now. Aside from like occasional tweets and stuff. I even took a little break from Twitter for a couple days, and then someone shot at Trump, and I was like, all right, I guess that break's over. It didn't last very long, but I was like, I can't not say anything about this. So I jumped back into it, but I've just been mainly just focusing on trying to figure out my work situation right now. And I recently jumped back into painting, which I kind of want to make more the tip of the spear of what I'm doing, the main thing, and then kind of relegate everything else, like writing, podcasting, all of that, to kind of surround that. So that's kind of my game plan right now. For a few reasons.
I understand completely.
Mainly because, despite how important this is, like what we're doing here, analyzing the politicians, the pundits, the conventions, how people are voting, all of that stuff, as important as all of that is, I think, we can't neglect culture. We can't neglect the deeper ideas and values and things that underlie a society, and have, the influence on people that determines what they think, how they vote, all of that stuff, what sort of culture we're going to be, what sort of society we're going to be. And that's why I want to just hone in on art.
Sure.
And I feel like that's what I'm supposed to do, but other people, obviously, they're gonna, we're also, some of us are good at yapping. I'm good at that too, but I feel like painting is though what I can like contribute to everything going on that others can't necessarily. That's my like unique thing, my gift or whatever.
Well, and we are absolutely glad to have you here. And I make the same offer to you. Who knows? By Thursday night, this might turn into a full blown party. Because if I somebody in chat like, "Daggone it, we're going to send this dude a link." But
is that the last night? Thursday
night's the last night of the convention. So yeah, I'll make the same offer to you that I make to anybody else. If you want a piece of this, or if somebody just like you hear something, you're like, that piece of shit, I want. You just send me a message like, dude, I got to talk about it.
On this show. Yeah, you threw an invite at me. I was just kind of passively watching.
No. Don't, dude.
But I was like, whatever. I'll pop in there and I'll chat for a little bit.
Yeah, Ruben is sending me some stuff, and we're going to pop it up here on screen. The first thing that I was sent was, let's see. Oh goodness. Well, it looks like they've been doing some rehearsing to get ready for the convention tonight. I don't know how much this is like helping out their efforts, but I mean, we'll pop it up here.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Breakdown.
AI is so.
Yeah, tell you what, meme makers here are having a blast. Just an absolute blast.
Let's also just talk about like what AI is doing to meme development. Like,
okay, all right. Look,
like not even just like obviously like we talk about how AI is affecting everything else, right? Like writing and art and like political ads and stuff, but just meme development in and of itself is being expedited by AI. He's come up with new memes like that, and now we're doing stuff like this.
Well, I mean, to me, comparatively, I'm a dinosaur, and Ruben's not quite the dinosaur, and you're the youngster in the group. But I mean, the way well, you're younger than I am. Let's put it that way, considerably, by the way. But it is amazing to me watching the way we communicate has changed. I mean, we're sitting here talking about memes. When I first started getting interested in American politics, unheard of, unthought of, no one had ever considered it. But then again, now there was the internet. And it's remarkable to me watching, all these things, transpire with the passing of time, how much they're affecting not just political communication, but just communication in general.
Mm-hmm.
A meme is the modern day political cartoon. It's the modern day, whatever you want to call it.
That is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see Adam, Adam Coleman? He tweeted something today. He said, if you want to know how old I am, here is a clue. E-Bombs World. I don't know if you guys know it. E-Bombs World. Are you guys familiar with E-Bombs World?
Yeah, I am.
It was like an early video website, entertainment website, pre-YouTube. It came out in I think 2001. And it was before that, there was a website called Newgrounds that came out in the mid to late 90s and was also a media entertainment website. And this is basically where memes started. It was the origin of internet memes started from websites like Newgrounds, E-Bombs World. So the Zoomers and their weird humor and all that memes and all the stuff that they love, they can thank us millennials for paving the way for that.
We're just basically waiting for some other speakers to come up on stage, but they're running a video montage of Kamala Harris, and okay, let's throw a little Epstein in there, why don't we? Okay, that's cute, like that guilt by association.
What?
Oh yeah, they threw a real quick image in there.
Yeah, well, the thing about Epstein too that people need to remember is he was a socialite, and Ghislaine Maxwell, more so than him, was a socialite, and she kind of brought him into those circles. But there are lots of people photographed with him because he would attend all of these big parties where all the high level people would rub elbows and shit.
Right.
I remember they tried to crucify Elon for a picture with Ghislaine Maxwell that came out. And he was like, I just ran into her at a party and she wanted to take a picture and came next to me and photobombed and took the picture.
It's going to happen. End of October for Halloween. There's going to be an AI. There's going to be a video that's leaked that's going to be set back in the 90s or, of Trump doing something.
Yeah. Well, it's the grab him by the pussy thing. It's the same.
Oh, yeah, but they're gonna do it right before the election.
Yeah, well, they definitely hold cards. Here's another thing I wanted to, I guess, discuss. I don't know if you guys went into this yet, but the 25th Amendment, is that card going to be played? Are they holding that card? Are they waiting to hold that card and to play it sort of last minute? Is that going to be the October surprise? I don't know, because will that help her campaign? I guess it's the real question they're wondering. Will people feel more compelled to vote for someone who's already in office? You get what I mean? And they might try to play that strategy. Another thing too is perhaps they'll initiate a crisis or something, or take advantage of a particular crisis, then install her, and then be like, oh, well, we're in a crisis now. We can't change leadership.
My God, which crisis did you? Because you have so many of them going on. You got
so many.
Israel, Russia, you got Ukraine.
Pick one and escalate
monkeypox.
it.
You got hurricanes. You got we got
Pick one.
earthquakes.
Well, I mean,
Aliens.
here's my take on the whole 25th Amendment argument. I say it's already been invoked, not formally, because we were talking about this a little bit earlier with Christian, in that there are two reporters independent of each other who said basically Obama blackmailed Biden to get him out. They said either you get out or we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment. Now, to the question of would they invoke it as the means to help Kamala, I will make an argument it backfires. Because and here's why I say that. Okay, let's assume for a moment that the cabinet, with, I don't know, call it 30, 45 days to go, says, okay, he's so bad, we've taken the vote, we're sending the letter to the Speaker of the House and the Senate, the pro tempore of the Senate, telling them we are invoking the conditions of the 25th Amendment to remove the president. He is not able to perform his duties. The average American is going to look at that and go, wait a minute. With 45 days to go, Kamala Harris becomes president. If you guys thought he was this bad off and you work with him every day, why didn't you wait? Why didn't you do this sooner?
They'll make some kind of crisis like what they did with the COVID thing, and just be like, oh well, his health wasn't as bad then. Now it's worse. It's deteriorated. We have to do this. But I get the point that you mean. I don't know if the average American. I want to believe the average American will be fed up with something like that and view it as wrong. But I don't know. I'm finding it a little hard to have that much hope.
Well, I believe me, having faith in the inherent common sense of the American people sometimes.
Or just human beings, in general.
Yeah. But I mean, I still like to think that the American people have a just ingrained common sense about them, that they're going to look at that and go, bullshit. Now, I could be wrong. But I mean, well, to me,
it'll probably have that effect on some.
If they
while
do,
on others, it'll probably have the opposite effect. Like I said, it might just make them feel like, oh, well, we can't change leadership now. That's too risky. She's already in there. Let's just keep that administration in there. You get what I mean?
Well, but here's the problem.
There has to be a crisis, though, a big one.
Okay. But if they say, well, let's keep her in there. We know this administration. We've got it. Then she inherits, and she is the inheritor of it anyway. She's the inheritor of everything bad with the Biden administration. Mm-hmm. The inflation, the border, the crisis in Ukraine, the crisis in Israel, everything else. And it's like, oh, crap, I don't want 4 more years of what I've already got. Let's go back to what worked. Again, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't see this helping her.
Yeah.
If anything, it just plus, here's the other thing. Is, to me, if they try this, if anybody needs proof of how much that this is the last straw or the last card in the deck you can pull out to stop,
I don't think it is. I'll bring up the last card.
Okay.
I don't think it is, but go on.
Well, no, go ahead.
Oh, well, I think the last card is far more sinister than that.
War.
And that would be to try to garner a sympathy vote from a dead president.
Ooh.
And I won't say anything more there and how that would play out. And who knows, how they would do that sort of thing. But, I could see that happening. I would not put it. I mean, someone just shot at Trump 5 weeks ago. Like, I would not put it past the establishment to turn Biden into a sacrificial lamb, to then garner that sympathy vote from people and be like, oh, well, poor Biden, we have to vote for Kamala in his memory. He was such, oh man, that poor old man. You get what I mean? And I feel like that might be the last card, Yeah,
it could very well be. Very well be.
Yeah, I don't know. They might even have to play the 25th Amendment if they just bump him off, Then she's already in. She already becomes president by virtue of that,
Very true.
And then hopefully they can play all of that into her to make her seem more sympathetic as his successor, and people are going to feel bad, oh, the poor dead Biden, I don't know, but it's possible, and if it happens, we can remember this conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah. Dang, I'll tell you what, because for folks who may not know who you are, which I find that very hard to believe.
I'm not famous at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, but tell people where you're at on social media, because I mean, you tweet, you have opinions, you share them. Where can people find you, man? If they want to follow your work, be it in the area of the arts or your opinions or what have you, where can they find you on social media?
Right now, I don't like have a website up, although I need to get back to that because I want to get a store up and all that to sell art, peddle my wares. But right now, they can find me on Instagram and Twitter with the same handle, which is right below Dan Delafay, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Instagram's private right now, but you guys can go follow me on Twitter. And yeah, I post stuff on there, but not always politics anymore. I'm kind of trying to post other things too. Like I'm really interested in like collecting books and antiques and ephemera and that sort of thing. So I've been trying to post just stuff like that that's a little more wholesome and not political.
Okay.
But also music. I like to post like music and my art and stuff too. I've been trying to share more of that.
Okay, very cool.
But,
yeah, I mean, we're glad to have you here. I mean, we're about to come up on our first speaker of the evening, and someone that you're probably very familiar with, by the way, your beloved former governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul. I say,
boy.
oh yeah, I know
Oh,
how much
boy.
I know how much you love her. There
I've
you
had
go.
a couple governors over the last few years. Well, I've moved around, since 2021, I lived in Florida, New York, New Jersey, and now I'm in Pennsylvania. So, I've had DeSantis, I've had Hochul, and I've had Murphy, and now I've got Shapiro, who you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you a question while we're waiting for Governor Hochul to take the stage. What do you make of this divide in the Democrat Party between the, as my buddy Smiling Jack calls it, the pro-Palestinian bloc? Well, hang on, hold that thought, Daniel. Hochul's about to take the stage. We're going to go drop in on this one. So, folks, our first speaker of the evening, Governor Kathy Hochul of New York.
Oh God,
and,
look at her.
Oh, I know. I know. Bless her heart. Yeah.
They just seem so artificial to me.
I know. Now, Daniel, our normal practice is we kind of like sit off quietly to the side. Let's see if she's got anything interesting to say. So,
Harris, the first president of the United States. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Friends, like so many of us, my grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers with nothing but hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies. They built their lives in the promised land of Buffalo, New York. A union card meant good work at the steel plant. The steel plant that lifted my parents from living in a trailer to the middle class. Like other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned. Grit, determination, compassion. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values. And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud, a philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had to worry about childcare costs or groceries or rent. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself. Trust me, America. If you think you're tired of Donald Trump, talk to a New Yorker. We've had to deal with him for 78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors rip-off workers. He abuses women, brags about it, and then takes away their rights. And New Yorkers are sick of it. It's no wonder he had a fleet of Mar-a-Lago. Sorry about that, Florida. Sorry about that. Trump hasn't spent much time in New York lately, except that is to get convicted of 34 felonies. And that's just fine with us, because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs. The Biden-Harris administration has made the most significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends, history's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was New York Governor Kathy Hochul. And Daniel, I can now understand why you left New York State.
Yeah, I wish you could have heard my eyes rolling. I rolled them quite a bit.
Heard your eyes rolling? Dude, your neck was spinning around like Linda Blair from The Exorcist. I was scared. Thank God you had the camera turned off.
Yeah,
I thought the green piece vomit was going to come out or something, man. I mean, geez, Pete.
Yeah, I don't know. Hochul's such an interesting figure. Like, she's honestly incredibly irrelevant when you really think about it. Like, she kind of just got her position because they ushered Cuomo out. And yeah, she got elected, but that was only because she was already in office after they ushered him out. So I don't know. I never put too much stock into her as having much influence per se. But obviously they feel she does, and she is the governor of New York, and New York is a really important blue state. So, you know, they're going to invite her to the DNC and have her speak. But I'm just like, what are you getting out of this? Like, who is being convinced to vote for Kamala by Kathy Hochul? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and to me, she's like, mate, we've got, you know, roads to build, families to feed. And I'm like, yeah, and you're making the case for Trump every time you're opening your mouth, lady.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh my God. It's just like, you know, I mean, that to me is one of the fascinating things post-convention is that the contrast here could not be more stark. The only difference is the man who ought to be getting blamed for the current state of the economy isn't. And what the Democrats have to do is thread the eye of a needle. And that is, they've got to convince America that what they're suffering under is not Kamala Harris's doing. But the reality is, Kamala proudly admits, yeah, I was the last person in the room with Joe Biden before he made every major decision. And that argument, if Trump plays his cards right, if he runs that argument, she's done.
Well, that is basically how he's been pitching it in his speeches. And I've been trying to keep up with Trump's speeches. I've missed a couple of them, but I've watched quite a few of them. And yeah, he's definitely emphasized like all these things you're saying, you're already in office. Like, why haven't these things happened already? And I think that is definitely the line of rhetoric he needs to stick to really to get that in people's minds. Like, wait a minute. He's right. Like, she is already in there. I mean, she's not president, but she's as close as you can get to that office. And it's like, you're a huge part of that administration. Why aren't these things that you're talking about already happening? So I think you're correct in that. Trump needs to really hone in on that.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Hang on one second. I just got to do something real quick. Okay. Yeah, Robert just sent me something real quick. Hang on, let me find it here real fast. Holy cow. Okay. Robert, much thanks. So we're waiting for our next speaker to come up. They're running a video montage right now.
Who's coming up next?
Sean Fain, the chairman of the UAW. So give me 1 second here. Yeah, this is imagery from Yeah, this is from earlier today, I think, but I'll put this up on screen. Want to contrast to how much is what's going on back behind the scenes? That's part of the convention hall from earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess when the convention got started.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, well, this is honestly to be expected, and I think any Democrat who's shocked that this faction of the party exists and is opposing them shouldn't be. I mean, it's like, were you not paying attention? Did you not know that most of the Democrats lead toward the pro-Palestinian position, and that if you take like a fence sort of sitting position on that they're going to vote, like these people are going to vote based on that. So I really don't know what the Democrats are going to do about that, without having to get into the weeds of that conflict, which is a whole discussion, and I have my own particular views on that, of course. But at the end of the day, I think the Democrats have too much of a mixed message regarding the conflict, whereas the Republicans are a little more unified on their position. They're pro-Israel, and they're just going to stick to that. Whereas the Democrats say, I mean, Biden's been playing this kind of milquetoast game with the whole thing. Like, yeah, we're sending aid, but also we're still sending weapons, but we're not sending these weapons, Yeah, those are a little more dangerous. So it's just, a lot of these voters are going to look at that and be like, all right, you're over here like playing hanky-panky with Netanyahu and shit. Like, we don't trust you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like I thought that was a video that was up there, but no, that was actually Kamala Harris up on stage. Apologies, folks. TBA asks over on Rumble, what happened to the wrinkles around her throat? I'm not going there. Oh, we're
not going to talk about CIA prosthetic masks and
and
body doubles. No, we're not going there.
No, guests are allowed to talk about whatever they wish.
I think that subject is fascinating, to be honest. And you do have to wonder how often that sort of thing does happen. I'm not saying I know like Biden's a body double or Harris. I'm not saying that, but it has to happen, and there have been agents who've written about that tech in their books like decades ago and claimed to have used that in espionage and all that sort of thing. So I do wonder, how often a body double really has been used. And can you imagine if that was the case and the current sitting president was actually already dead? That would just be like the hugest like scandal ever, be crazy. It's fun to think about, though.
Oh, I know. It's just absolutely crazy.
But it goes to show just how, how hard it is to even get to the bottom of what's real anymore. And so much of our reality is taking place here like this virtually, And now with the rise of AI and stuff, this is something that's definitely been on my mind a lot. And, you know, you're kind of seeing two sort of extreme reactions to it. And on one side, you have the people who are just like going to believe whatever they see and not question it. And that includes things that are clearly fake, but they look real enough to them where they're just fooled, especially if, you know, you have bad eyesight and stuff, you know, they're going to be like, oh, that's a real video. It's like, no, it's AI. And then you're going to have the people who like don't believe anything anymore, even when it's true, you know, even when it's factual. Like, for example, the shooting of, you know, of Trump, the assassination attempt, that sort of thing. Oh, you know, it was staged. It was AI. It was, you know, there was no live ammunition. That photo was doctored, etc. Like, yes, is all that possible? Sure. Is it likely? Very not highly. It's not likely at all. But I just feel like you're going to see more and more of this where we're doubting our reality so much that there are going to be people who are just so jaded that like they just don't believe anything they see anymore.
Oh yeah, that's
So,
very true. Very true indeed.
And
Very
then how do we, as people who are really trying to get to the bottom of the truth, right, weed through that forest, man, and like figure out what is true and accept it when it is and what is real, and then, you know, reject what is propaganda. And sure, we can do that, and we're engaged in the larger discourse, we're involved in this, but think like the average person, you know, like your Meemaw on Facebook, you get what I mean? And like those people vote. So
yeah, and it just AI to me is one of those things that is scary, and it's like almost any tool. It has the potential for great and wonderful things, but man, I tell you what, it is frightening what some people are capable of doing with it. It just really is.
we're gonna have to label everything. That's like the only way. Is there's gonna have to be some kind of, I mean, I'll have to go as far as to say government intervention, I guess. You know, others might disagree with that, but some kind of legislation where AI content needs to be labeled.
Yeah.
You know, and how are you even going to do that to identify it? Like they might even have to create AI that identifies AI, that whole sort of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's super meta and confusing.
No, absolutely. You know, it's a interesting time. It's a frightening time to be alive, and we're just basically waiting for our next speaker to come up. Alexander,
well, on AI though, you know, now that we're on that topic, which we could tie into all of this, Trump's been speaking about it a little more. He's been mentioning it more in his speeches, especially since he spoke with Elon. And one of the things he's been talking about is like, how do we like compete with other countries who are developing AI and have the necessary electric grid to deal with all of that? And so I find that real interesting, his turn and like focusing a little bit more on that in his speeches. And now he's tweeting again, right? He's on Twitter ever since the Elon conversation. He's actually posting consistently like old times. So
yeah, I hope that he continues to do that, because he needs to take every avenue available to get his message out, because Lord knows he's not going to get any help from the mainstream media.
No, definitely not. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't know, he like waited, because I remember when Elon restored him, it was, I believe, shortly after Trump launched his reelection. I think that would have been November, right, of 2022. And it was shortly after that Elon brought him back on. And I remember he did a vote too. Like he asked Twitter, like, should I restore Trump? Most people said yes. So he restored him, but then Trump didn't post. And that was Trump just kind of keeping to his word, because he did vow that he wasn't going to use Twitter again after they banned him following Jan 6th. Plus, he started Truth Social, which is his own thing, and he wants to put as much stock in that as possible. And he didn't tweet until last year in August, when the mugshot came out. And his first tweet when he returned was that mugshot, which with a link to his page, to, you know, to donate. And I thought that was brilliant, to be honest. I thought it was a really clever PR tactic, you know, like, hey, let me return to this social media site and let me lean into the mugshot, right, and just play it into my hand. And then he got record-breaking donations after all of that. But I don't think he will ever stop with Truth Social.
No, I don't think he will either.
Oh, no, because he knows now that that possibility always exists, that the other major platforms are going to cut his access to the general public and his ability to reach them. And I think he decided after all that happened was, I'm going to start my own thing, so I always have a means to reach the people who want to hear what I have to say, no matter if they ban me from anywhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's going away.
And we're watching the stage right now. Former Chicago Bull and current coach of the Golden State Warriors and coach of the gold medal Olympic winning team, Steve Kerr, is up on stage at the Democrat National Convention.
TDS, this guy.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And here's a question from the audience from Small Time. Do you guys think Trump will be sent to jail on September 18th? Ruben, I'll start this one with you. Daniel, chime in after he's done, then I'll finish it up.
Right now, they want to do this. There's been letters going on right now. I've been monitoring them about delaying this, or even like I think Clarence Thomas was saying that we've got to throw this out. But right now, they want it so bad. They want that picture.
Yeah.
But they want that picture, and then when people see that, it's going to be worse than anything they've done. The Democrats would have lost it. It's the worst thing they can do, but they want it so bad.
I'll agree with. Okay, Daniel.
I understand exactly what Ruben's saying. I do think they want that, but maybe they are underestimating how that could play into Trump's hands. And how? Well, every other thing they've tried and thrown against him has not deterred most people who already support him from continuing to support him. If anything, it's probably increased support for him a bit. Impeachment, right? Indictment. His support still went up. And then the assassination attempt. And now I'm not saying that was the Democrats or not. That's a whole other question that we could talk about. But the point is, every step of the way, everything that was thrown at him increased support for him, and it further reinforced that martyr image. And this is why I had such an issue with the people who were saying that Trump like staged the assassination attempt against himself. I found that so absurd for a few reasons. One of them being that, like, who in the right mind is going to have someone fire live ammunition at them?
Yeah.
You know, and like, hey, just make sure you almost missed and graze me. Like, no, that's just not. Someone like Trump is not going to risk his life for that. And then the second thing is, he's definitely not going to risk his life to try to increase his martyr image when he already has that on lock. Yeah. After everything they've already thrown at him, and he was already ahead of Biden in almost all the polls that mattered. So why would you stage an assassination against yourself when you're already ahead in the race? Your opponent is the senile old guy who's like failing, right? And people like already view you as a martyr because of everything else thrown at you. Mm-hmm. So it could just further reinforce that view of him as the martyr if they end up actually throwing him in jail. I guess another question here is, someone brought up, could blow back on them. Yeah, a la MLK Jr. sitting in a cell. Yeah, who knows? You know. And then here's another thing too. I know people are going to hate this comparison, but like Hitler too was sent to prison, and I believe he wrote Mein Kampf in there.
He did.
And then it just, when he got out, it just further, motivated him to take power and stuff. I'm not saying Trump is Hitler. I'm just saying that
I understand.
It can backfire on you to throw your enemies in jail and think that that's going to like stop them. So
for my part, I think Marshawn wants to do it. I really do.
Oh, they want it. Oh, they want, like Ruben said, they want that picture of him in cuffs and like going into, they want that and being locked up. I'm sure they would love it. They would love it.
The question becomes, does political expediency override personal desire for Marshawn? And Robert does bring up a very valid point. The DA has deferred to the judge's decision on whether to postpone, and it's still yet to come. I really think Marshawn wants to do it. I just don't know. I don't know if Marshawn will, because and everybody's back and forth on this. I'm of the opinion Marshawn's going to try and do it.
Well, if he's in jail, we can still vote for him, right? Like,
absolutely.
That doesn't
there's nothing that prohibit. Hell, Eugene Debs in the early part of the 20th century was a very famous socialist candidate for president who was in jail and ran for president. He got votes.
So there are no laws in the books anywhere that prevent you from running. No states have
Absolutely
anything
not.
like that would remove them, say, from the ticket in that particular state.
Well, by that point, the slates for the ballots are set.
Yeah.
I mean, the sentencing is what, September 18th, supposedly.
So I mean, theoretically, it could definitely backfire, even if he is sitting in jail, man. And they could end up just pulling a freaking landslide after that. I don't know. I don't know how the public is going to react to that. I think there'll be different reactions, and you'll have, the camp who hate him. Their mind is made up about that, and there's nothing that could possibly happen to Trump that would ever make them humanize him in any way ever, or feel sorry for him at all, even a little bit. And we know that because someone shot live ammunition at him. Yeah. And many of them were like, I wish it hit him, or it wasn't real, or just anything but feeling maybe a little sorry for the guy. You don't have to like him, but you can at least think, well, wow, that sucks. I don't want someone to shoot him.
Yeah.
Just anything but feel sorry for him. So I think those people are set. There's nothing that's going to change them. But there might be a few more moderates, people like me who are a little more in the middle, who could be swayed. And I will say that I was still slightly on the fence about voting Trump until someone shot at him. And it was more like I was just holding that, I was like, I don't know yet, although I was leaning in that direction and everything was pointing like, okay, clearly this is the only thing that makes sense is to vote Republican this election. But after that, I tweeted, he's got my vote.
Yeah.
And that was my first time really making that decision publicly and stating it publicly. And so it made me wonder how many others out there were like me, who don't worship the guy, aren't registered Republicans, or independents, or more moderate, or more, you get what I mean? Mm-hmm. And saw that. And our mind was made up afterward. I do wonder. And I will wonder the same thing openly about whether or not that will happen if he gets thrown in jail. How many others are going to look at that and be like, damn, they really don't like this guy. Well, that makes me want to vote for him. And for me, it was, how dare you try to remove my choice?
Well, and here's the question that I have. Even if Marshawn delays the sentencing, as some people think he might, I don't know that helps the situation for the Democrats. Yeah. And here's what I'm getting at. Because people are going to look at that and go, okay, so if I still vote for the guy, you could still put him in jail?
Yeah.
It's and frankly, in one sense, it would be, now that I stop and really roll this through my mind, it would be to the Democrats' benefit to actually delay the sentencing. Because you could still hang it over his head. Yeah. Because you could have an undecided voter go, hey, man, I don't know where I want to vote for this guy. They might want to put him in jail. I'm not going to waste my vote. Now, maybe that's a very, very, very small percentage. But when in states where certain votes are going to be like maybe razor thin, you're taking every advantage you could get.
Well, so, yeah, maybe are those people going to outweigh the other people like me who
that's true.
See that and they're like, wait, you're going to throw him in jail? Wait, you're going to try to kill him? You're going to try to remove my choice? I'm not allowed to pick this person? Fuck you. That's who I'm voting for.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, and I feel like it could just create more of that, and it'll be both, but which is going to outweigh,
right.
The people who are like, oh man, I don't know, I might be throwing my vote away. They might still throw him in jail. Maybe I don't want to vote for him. Or the people like me who are going to be like, well, fuck you. You're trying to remove the choice from me entirely. Like, that's just going to make me pick this despite you. Obviously, it's more than that. I'm not saying that's the only reason I'm voting for Trump. Just to clarify for people.
No, I understand. I
have several reasons: the border, the trans issues.
Yeah.
Right. There are certain things that determined my vote, not just him being shot at, but that was the solidifying thing for me.
Absolutely.
And I think throwing him in jail could be the solidifying thing for others. So
yeah. And currently up on stage is UAW President Shawn Fain, which, by the way, had I been his parents, I would have found a way to name him something else, because to me that's too much like Sinn Féin. The IRA terrorist organization. I mean, I'm just saying, it's name him Jack or Johnny or Jim or something, not Sean Fain. It's too much like the Irish IRA
I
terrorist.
looked him up. I'm reading about him. I'm
Okay.
not familiar with this guy, to be honest.
Yeah, he is the president of the United Auto Workers Union, and that gets to an interesting dynamic. And I think it was M169 who was talking about earlier. The union I don't know, and maybe you guys want to speak to this or not, but I don't know that I've ever seen a time when union leadership and their membership were so disconnected of each other. I've never seen anything quite like it and they know, the leadership knows, yeah, we might be supporting the U.S. Kamala Harris, but we know our members, they're going to vote Trump. Ain't a whole lot we can do about it, guys. It's like, but then again, you dance with the one that, if you're the unions, you dance with the one that brung you, which is the Democrat Party, which to me is a crying shame, because I think it's painfully obvious anymore that the membership and the leadership are not in sync on their political choices. Either one of you guys want to speak to that one?
I will speak a little bit to that based on a conversation I had with one of my best friends, who I won't name, but he's a fire captain now.
Okay.
And, he's told me that a lot of firemen in the union where he works in New Jersey do lean more Trump, or are thinking of voting more, or at least sympathize with a lot of those policies, and probably even think that, yeah, it's going to benefit them more, but that a lot of them are just going to end up voting Democrat out of loyalty, because, like you said, the leadership of unions tends to be Democrat, and that Democrats originated, right, the idea of unions and all of that. So it's like this sort of like a loyalty thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruben, you got any thoughts on that one? Or okay, he may have stepped away from the microphone, but that's okay.
Stepped away.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, while we're waiting for our next speaker to come up, which is the ever eloquent and always highly intellectual Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh boy. Yeah, definitely going to watch that one.
Yeah, we're going to do
what? I'll stick around for her for sure.
No,
I'll probably stay for like another 30 minutes. And then,
dude, you totally, it's totally up to you. Come and go as you need to. We get it. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by Ruben Christopher Haynes, who is, as we said, at the heart of Ground Zero in Chicago, in an undisclosed bunker, which we're not quite sure where, but we know he is safe behind several feet of concrete walls and, piping in sunlight when necessary. So there you go. And we are also joined by Mr. Daniel De La Fay, one of our favorite content creators out there in social media, who is, for various reasons, hiatusing right now, but
I'm in the Keystone State right
he
now.
He is in the Keystone State right now,
which is also Ground Zero. Yeah, I'm right in the center of, I don't want to say Ground Zero, but I'm in like the bullseye, I would say, of the election.
Absolutely.
There's definitely a lot of focus on Pennsylvania right now for several reasons.
Sure.
Aside from it being a swing state, right? That's a really important determining state for how the election is going to turn. They've been campaigning here a lot, and this is where Trump almost got shot.
This is true.
So all these things are kind of culminating into Pennsylvania. And this is why, like earlier, you guys were talking about Shapiro. I did think that for a while, at least, I thought he would probably be the most obvious VP pick for Kamala to try to gain more support from Pennsylvanians.
Yeah.
So I was definitely in agreement with you there. Walz just kind of came out of nowhere. I'm like, I don't even know who the hell he is. I'm not too familiar with him.
Well, the interesting thing about it, I mean, to me, and I said leading up to this, I said, to me, Shapiro makes sense.
Yeah.
From so many, one,
but he's more pro-Israel though, isn't he?
That's part of it.
And that's probably that. I have a feeling that might have been one of the main reasons they did not go with him.
And I'm gonna just, I mean, and everybody's already been addressing the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Where Shapiro is concerned, he's Jewish. He is ethnically Jewish and very steadfast, not just in his ethnicity, but also in his observance of Judaism. And, there were people inside the Democrat Party who were scared to death. We put him on the ticket. We can kiss Michigan and Minnesota goodbye. Also possibly even New Jersey. And to me, you know, it's kind of like, how bad off is the Democrat Party? They've reached the point they can't even do what is in their own political best interest for the fear of offending a voting bloc.
Yeah. The Walls pick definitely seemed a little left field for me.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
and like you said, I did suspect that was the reason, was, Shapiro being Jewish and being pro-Israel and all of that. But, to speak to something our friend Christian Watson said earlier,
Sure.
when they first brought Kamala in, and just like the whole surge of support and enthusiasm, all of a sudden, it made people feel, I think, a little hopeless at first. But now when you really look at it a few weeks into this, and then after the Walls pick and all of that, and then, now with the huge protests coming out and stuff, I think it's not as certain of a close race as people perhaps were thinking at first. And he brought up that very good point about the polls in 2016. People swore up and down Trump was not going to win, could not win. It was not going to be a close race. Hillary has this in the bag. And that is obviously not what played out. And they underestimated him, I think, and didn't rig it enough. So, yeah.
Does it kind of weird that the guy on stage has Trump as a scab?
Trump is a scab.
Which is kind of funny, he is. He's not Harris. He's not a politician.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a party person. He's going to be outside the party. He's not a drone.
Also,
again, in my opinion, unions are just drone people. They have no thought in their mind. They just follow what the leaders tell them to do.
Also, the scab is the body healing itself. So I don't even see how that is a negative message per se. It's like, wait, you're saying Trump is the thing healing the country wound right now, the wound on the country?
Yeah, but union to a union member, meaning somebody who's in the hive mind of the collective, somebody leaving them, they call it a scab, someone who crosses a line. So it's insane. It's just it's dumb.
Yeah. Well, Trump is sort of that, in the sense of, and I think we forget this. He was a lifelong Democrat. He was a lifelong Democrat. He didn't turn Republican until he decided to run for office.
Very true. And with that, folks, we're going to go to the stage.
Let's listen to the Latina.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
Next recovery. Y'all step in it.
6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance.
Remind me to bring that up again later, because I met her at that time.
And we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class.
Oh my God.
She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Oh, be careful, honey. Be careful.
Yeah, well, we know her position on that is.
I see a
strong.
leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
He doesn't even take a salary.
I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a 2-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
Why do they all think they're black preachers?
You cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business.
Which is what you do.
To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Send her back then. Send her back. She wants to be bartender again. But she's not working for a living right now.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim.
And Joe. Don't forget
But
Joe.
Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Well, then how many people actually voted for her? None. Not one.
We're gonna keep it right here because the next speaker up is another very famous New Yorker, and that is the former Secretary of State and United States Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. I'm not sure exactly if she's coming straight to the stage, but Daniel, you said you had a story about how you met AOC.
Mhm.
All right. While we're
Yes.
waiting, you want to start sharing it?
So in 2016, Brent's sister, Caitlin
Okay.
Copenhaver. I don't know if you know her. She was on the podcast a few times. She's a good friend of mine. She's an artist. Love her. Shout out to Caitlin. At that time, and she worked there for a few years. Caitlin used to work at a place across from Union Square in Manhattan called Coffee Shop.
Okay.
It's since closed down. I think it closed down in like 2018, 2019. So it's not there anymore, but it was called Coffee Shop. And I would go in there a couple times, Brent and I would visit, and we would like get a drink, and Caitlin would hook us up with a burger. And so one time I went there, it might have been the first time I went there actually. This was in 2016. So we show up and we meet Caitlin at the front of the door. She's like, carrying plates and stuff or whatever. And another server is like coming out the door or whatever. And she introduces us to her coworker, Sandy. Sandy. And her coworker, Sandy, was she told us, oh, Sandy here, she's campaigning for Bernie, so you guys should talk to her. So me and Brent like met her and like shook her hand and stuff, and she talked to us a little bit as she was like campaigning for Bernie and stuff and was running for Congress. What year did AOC run for Congress? This might have been before
2018.
2018. So no, she wasn't running for Congress yet. This was when she was just campaigning for Bernie. So this is like her very early involvement in politics. And her nickname was Sandy. That was how Caitlin knew her. And little did I know that the person I had just met would go on to become AOC.
Oh my goodness.
That's who I had met at the time. But I mean, she seemed nice. She didn't seem like, but I didn't have a lot of time to get a real true impression of her. It's not like I had a long, deep conversation with her or anything like that. And she probably doesn't even remember me, although she might remember Caitlin.
Yeah, she might.
Because they worked together. And Caitlin had her number for a while. I don't know if her number has since changed, but they weren't like close. They didn't like talk like that or anything. It was probably just more like, hey, can you cover my shift type of thing,
Okay.
But yeah, just an interesting fact. I met AOC before she was AOC in 2016 when she worked in Manhattan as a bartender and a waitress. So.
Well, there you go. There you go. And apparently we're looking at
world.
We're looking at some of the growing up of Miss Kamala Harris. I wonder if we're going to get any pictures of her and Montel together. Just saying, Oh, goodness.
She's really aging a lot, though, man. Like, I've been seeing, like, just the latest pictures and interviews of her, and you could see that, like, her time in the White House has taken a toll on her, as it does with all, people who serve in vice president or president position, especially the president, right? I mean, look at Obama at the beginning of, his time in the White House, and then look at him afterward. He aged rapidly, very fast. So
that's what I hear. That is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like when it comes to like things like the aesthetics and stuff like that. Like, I think Kamala is like a pretty woman. I don't.
I agree. I agree.
And that sort of thing. And this is why I try to avoid like attacking her appearance or like her clothes and shit. But I will make fun of some of her mannerisms, which I find to be unusual. And I think everyone's probably noticed her laughing, like that she seems to like laugh at inappropriate times or just it doesn't fit. You get what I mean? Like she just laughs at really weird moments.
I'm not the only person to make this observation, and maybe I'm copying off of someone else, but she just strikes me as being a very insecure person and just genuinely insecure. And I mean, she's cunning. She will use what she has available to her to further her interests. Okay. I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
I mean, it's politics.
That's politics.
Yeah.
I get it. But I don't particularly consider her to be very intelligent. I really don't.
No, I mean, half of the stuff that comes out of her mouth is word salad.
Yeah.
It's just kind of dancing around a point instead of saying the thing, just saying it outright. She'll like make it into this long, verbose statement that you could have condensed down to just a few words, but just to make it seem like she's saying more than she actually is. And people who aren't very smart tend to do that, to sound smarter than they are, you know?
Yeah. The passing of time, is about the passing of time.
Yeah.
It just, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think she could win this election. I'm not saying anybody ought to underestimate her, because the Democrats are going to do everything they can to pull her across the finish line. But, to me, and I'm not saying this to be alarmist or scare anybody into voting for, the guy I'm supporting. I mean, everybody knows I'm supporting Trump, but it just, to me, it is, you've had 4 years of Joe Biden. He's very nearly wrecked the economy and the country, both domestically and in terms of foreign policy. And now, but at least Joe knew something. Okay. You might disagree with what he knows, but at least he had a set of ideas. Bad, 40 years of bad, but he had some ideas.
Mm-hmm.
This one with Kamala, I mean, I think there's the social media commentator Lionel described her as a windsock puppet. There's nothing in there except what someone inflates her with. Wind her up, put her out there, and let her say whatever she's been instructed to say, and that's it. That's all she's got. The Democrats cannot let her near an unscripted microphone, because it just turns into a disaster.
Yeah, Trump has also made a point to note that too, in all of his recent speeches.
Yeah.
So, which I think is a good strategy. Yeah, you want to point it out. Be like, well, hey, why is she ducking and dodging, doing something just off script? I've done it. And I think that's a good point. He should keep comparing himself in that way. And this is where I think like the Elon interview plays well into what he's doing, because it's like, look, can you sit here for over 2 hours and have an unscripted conversation with someone? And Elon invited her on too. It's like, are you going to do it?
And speaking of unscripted conversations,
oh man, her face looks like fake, man.
Well,
it looks like she's wearing a mask.
It is a Clinton after all. We're going to go to the stage. And Daniel, if you got to pop out of here before we leave, I understand, brother.
I'll stay for Hillary.
All right.
Really good. He's creepy looking now.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
I'm not saying, but Robert may be onto something here.
Thank you, my fellow Democrats.
Wicked Witch of the West.
Thank you, my fellow Americans. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
Now there's fake.
Something is happening in America.
Yes, everyone's getting sick.
You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House.
and he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
That was actually smart.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black Congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford childcare, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that Progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
An issue that absolutely nobody cares about except the Democrats.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record? He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
That's a good line.
But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
You know, I'm going to say something that might shock people. That's probably one of the best speeches, not only so far tonight, but I will argue maybe that Hillary Clinton's given in a very long time.
I was going to express similar sentiments. I don't know if I was going to say it was like the best, you know.
Well, not
he's given it in a long time, but it's definitely one of the better speeches I've heard from Democrats throughout this entire like campaign season.
Yeah.
And I
agree with that.
I haven't heard anything from Biden or Kamala really matching that in the level of its delivery and performance. And that is kind of one of the things I want to say is like, Hillary is a good speaker. No one can take that. She's full of shit. She's saying tons of things here that are full of shit. But she has that experience on the podium, and it shows. You can tell that she does this and has done this for a long time. Whereas someone like Kamala just doesn't have that flair.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to comment on the slogan, we fight, we win. This kind of leaning into that rhetoric, fight rhetoric, and I find it so just fascinating to see the hypocrisy of it all. The Democrats spent basically the last 3-4 years accusing Trump of rallying up a violent mob to overthrow the government using that rhetoric, we're going to fighting. I want you to fight. That's what they tried to use against him when they were trying to pin all of that on him. It's like, oh, well, you were telling them to fight. It's like, no, you can fight at the polls. You can fight poverty, right? You can fight cancer. We all know that word doesn't like just mean physical violence. And now all of a sudden, the Democrats know that too now. Now all of a sudden, they're perfectly aware of the larger, definition of the word fight. And they're not inspiring a mob or violence or anything like that. Just Trump does it when he uses that word.
Mm-hmm.
Just, yeah. And I do think that's why Trump chose that word after he got shot. And I think that was why he turned to the crowd, and that was the word he used. And he said it, was it 3 times? He said, fight, fight, fight.
Yeah.
I think he did that very deliberately because he knows, like, hey, well, this is the language they're using against me to try to accuse me of being violent. But look, someone just tried to kill me.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight.
Yeah, Ruben, before I throw this over to you, from Rumble, WWG wants this, for God's sake, Brian, why are you making me watch this crap? Life is too short, LOL. Ruben,
hey, you could just skip it and like go to these parts,
Yeah, well, we're way more interesting, far more entertaining, and daggone it, we're just everything better than the Democrat Party right now. So, Ruben, I'll throw it to you. Your thoughts about Hillary's speech?
Just loud, bombastic, pointless. It's just the same old crap again. It's again. She's screaming. She's just nothing. No, all she's saying are just the same. She's doing what Kamala does. Is we need a woman in the office. We need this. Let's do it now. Talk about the story about her. About I don't care. I don't care about who you are. Your policies have to be good, and you have to be good for Americans. You're totally not. Yeah. It's the same old rhetoric. Like we're going to fight for the people. Trump's not going to fight for you. Bullshit. You're the exact opposite. You're the elitist. And it's done with it. Crap.
The thing is that rhetoric works on a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
So that's like a lot of people. Although they're not going to be like you, and they're like, hey, I just want policy. No, they look at that personal identity politics stuff, and they are going to vote based on that. And she knows that. It's why she's going to lean into it in the way she's doing it. Oh, we're breaking the glass ceiling, and I wasn't your first female president, but look, you have another shot now. You have another shot to make that happen.
Yeah, I want to put this up on screen. That Kamala has big shoes to fill. Yeah, and I agree. I mean, granted, and there was some talk
that Hillary might try again.
That she was going to try it. And if this was the audition speech, then I'll argue she did a real good job for trying to audition. If someone's like, "Hey guys, it's not too late. I'm still,
like
I'm
I said, she does have that experience.
Yeah,
whereas Kamala just simply does not. So it is something that we do have to remember there. So Kamala's not used to campaigning like that. Yeah, she ran in 2020, but.
Yeah, and honestly, and I'm not saying that September 10th, when they finally debate, is going to be the defining moment of the campaign, but Trump's going to come loaded for bear.
Oh yeah,
and she's. I mean, look, other commentators have been saying this. I think this lady has no idea the freight train she's getting in front of. And I'm not and I'm not saying Trump's the perfect candidate. Lord knows he's not.
Mm-mm.
But when it comes to knowing where to get your opponent, he'll get to her. Not necessarily. He will just absolutely verbally wail on her.
It's worth remembering that the woman we just saw speak, who spoke so well and better than Kamala did, lost to Trump.
Oh yeah.
So, and Trump, knows how to work a crowd. He's really good at that. And that's exactly why they set the debate rules up the way they did with Biden. That was one of the main reasons. They're like, all right, this is not going to be before a live studio audience, audience, because they know like Trump's going to throw like a quip or a joke out or something and humiliate Biden. And people are going to, and it would be funny and it would throw Biden off and he would and sputter and not know how to react. So they gave Biden every single handicap you could possibly get in a debate, and he still bombed it, and I think they knew he would. He would.
It's possible. Hey, brother, I know you've got to run, but
I'm about to bow out. So was Hillary the last speaker?
No. There's several more. There's going to be several more tonight.
I'm still going to be here and like listening stuff, but I got to get some writing done and do some work.
I understand.
Get ahead of that for tomorrow.
One more time, tell everybody where they can find you on social media. And what can people do to help you out? Like I say, first of all, I want to thank you for coming on. I've been meaning to catch up with you for a while. And by the way, we need to sit down for a long ass conversation, brother.
Yeah,
but
we got to meet too. We haven't even like met in person yet. It's been
I know. Daggone it.
If you're in my area in Pennsylvania, the Lehigh area, let me know, and we'll definitely make something happen.
Absolutely.
Maybe I'll find myself over in West Virginia at some point. We'll see.
Well, you're welcome down in my neck of the woods. But where can people find you on
find
social
me
media?
At my Twitter handle, Dan Delafay. So I'm right there. My Instagram's the same thing. I don't have a website right now, but I'm gonna have one up at some point. And yeah, man, I'm just doing my thing, just talking about what's happening in the country, making art, and I'm just a dude, man. I'm nothing special, but I appreciate you inviting me on, and I always appreciate chatting with you and with Ruben over there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do for you, and I'm going to do for everybody else who's like, that may or may not want to come on throughout the remaining nights of the convention. I'll throw you the link in your Twitter DM. And if you want to come on, that's cool. If not, that's perfectly fine too. You're not going to offend me either way. So,
what's going on until Thursday, and so what we got like Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 more days left. So Tuesday I'm usually a little like stacked, but definitely Thursday I think I will pop back on here, and we'll see the finale, comment on some of that stuff, and if people want to help, my tip jar on Twitter is open, so feel free to throw me currency. That always helps. And besides that, just follow and like the posts, like my sad boy posts, like my art.
Well, like I say, brother, I'll throw you the links each night. If you want to come on, cool. If not, I understand. But definitely, thank you for coming on tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. And go do some writing, daggone it.
Yes. Later, guys.
Later on.
See ya.
Take care. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the inestimable Daniel Delafay, artist, writer, commentator, provocateur, just all around good guy. So we're waiting for our next speaker to come up, and they're running a video clip right now at the convention. My name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is live coverage of the DNC in Chicago, Illinois, which is already off to something of a bit of an auspicious start. And my good friend and colleague Ruben Christopher Haynes is here with me, and as we have jokingly said all evening long, he is at ground zero in the Windy City. Now wait a minute. Are you on the north side of Chicago or south side of Chicago? Because baseball fans want to know about this. Because this is might be very important.
I would be west theoretically, northwest.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. All right. Yeah. Currently, Jamie Raskin's coming up to the podium, so we'll pop back up.
Raskin. He's the one that doesn't want. Is going to basically say that. What's he saying? What's he saying?
Hang on. I'm working on it. Here we go.
Oh, this guy wants to want Trump involved. Let's see what happens.
Hello, America, and welcome to the Democracy Convention.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Welcome to the Freedom Convention.
Yeah, 14 million voters. That's all democracy.
And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Quit talking about your party like that.
Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists.
Oh, shut their fucking
And where
mouths.
Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
It's terrible.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th.
Oh, shit.
For the screams to follow.
The FBI did it.
Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked. 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives.
Nobody died.
The days and weeks to come.
Took their life.
This after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence.
Wrong. That never happened.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
Oh, God.
This case lies lucky.
Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket?
Got rid of the traitor.
They tried to kill your predecessor.
Wrong. God, you fucking.
Wow.
They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the
I'm do something right now.
of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection?
Oh. What you did?
We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, The Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity?
It's not going to work. This is not going to work.
We're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
In case anyone's wondering, this is not X-Lax, although we just got a whole belly full of it served up to us on that stage. Holy cow. Jeez. Ruben?
Yeah. This guy is a piece of motherfucker. I'm done. I did a video already. I'm gonna tweet it out. I can actually play it for you guys. I'm just done because this guy again. He basically said just a few weeks ago that they're going to not certify the election. He said that, and this is again this is the snake. This is the snake that we're going to start doing stuff. I gotta post this thing. Go ahead and talk. I'm gonna post this already. Sorry.
That's all right. No, that's all right. I mean,
just like, this guy, so many lies, so many mistakes, so many, just
yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, he's just a piece of work. Unbelievable to me that. No, it's not unbelievable. It's not unbelievable. They're talking to an audience of people that just does not. They don't want to hear the alternative. They don't want to hear information that might actually make them think, that might actually cause them to realize that everything they're being told. Yeah, TBA's like, be right back. I need a beer, dude. It's a good thing we didn't set up a drinking game for this convention. I'm telling you what, because right now we'd probably all be passed out. Just ridiculous with this bunch. Unbelievable. Anyway, while we're waiting for our next speaker to take the stage, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. Ruben, if you got a since we sort of got a second, we've got a question from the audience. Hey, Brian and Ruben, how can you say that Hillary gave a wonderful speech and Raskin lied through his teeth? Because there are ways of spreading bullshit and there are ways not to spread bullshit. Hillary is very practiced at making bullshit sound good. Raskin doesn't have that kind of talent. and I'm being somewhat facetious with that, but honestly, Hillary is a superb public speaker. She always has been. I mean, the first thing she did when she took the stage was she praised Joe Biden. Then she went on to talk about Kamala and Tim Walz. That's understanding of political protocol. That's understanding where you are. And Raskin is just a good old fashioned pit bull. You know. I know. I mean, and TBA is like, I see you're not drawn in by Hillary's BS. Oh no, I wasn't drawn in by it. She's just very good at delivering it. You know. Oh, this is a good comment. Yeah, Hillary is Reese Witherspoon from Election. That's a good way. It's a good way of saying it. Good way of saying it. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett from Tennessee, the Congress lady's up there speaking right now. We've got a handful of other speakers before we get to the last 4 or 5, which are going to be Raphael Warnock, Chris Coons of Delaware, Dr. Jill Biden, the president's wife, his daughter Ashley, and then Joe Biden is giving the keynote address. It's currently 10:30 on the East Coast, 9:30 Central, where Rubin is. And as we said, he is currently in a bunker about 50 feet below ground level with 6 feet of concrete walls on either side. Electronics are being piped in. He's got surveillance tech.
Yeah.
He's just all set up, radar detectors, that sort of thing. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I should not sully pit bulls like that, comparing them to Raskin. You're absolutely right. Yeah. He is. Raskin is an absolute. Okay. If I can't call him a pit bull, can I call him a Chihuahua that yaps a lot? I'm just saying. TBA asked the question, any words about the riots over in Chi-Town? Ruben, are you picking up anything on Twitter? Because I'm not really able to monitor it that much. I mean, is it still going on tonight, or what's going on? Or have you seen anything? You're muted.
I was looking. Yeah,
Okay,
not as much right now going on. Not as much.
Okay, not as much.
But it's still. But it's they're good. They're wrapping. They're gonna be. It's gonna get worse. I already know it's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, it probably will. I can't disagree with that at all. But yeah, I mean, the part, I think the line that got me the most from Raskin's speech is "Welcome to the democracy convention." And I'm sitting there going, 14 million votes have just been invalidated, and you have the gall to call this the Democracy Institute?
Yeah.
Wow, just unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, Raskin is or what is that emoji? A weasel? Was he he's definitely a weasel, if that's what that emoji is. A rat? Oh, okay, he's a rat. Well, I agree with that too.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's Chihuahua. Yeah. Oh, we did have the same thought simultaneously? Oh my goodness. Okay. When I called him a Chihuahua. But don't let Raskin fool you. Raskin's no dummy. He is a very smart tactician. But yeah, I mean, it's just, how you holding up over there, brother?
Yeah, okay. Tired.
You sure?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Good.
All right. Okay. Like I say, just if you need to,
I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, because it's 10:30 now. Biden's supposed to be giving the keynote address. I mean, this thing might be going to midnight for all we know. So, which might make me adjust the timing for the next for the next 3 days, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, this is really so far. This is a lot of what was expected. Trump's the bad guy. Trump stinks. Trump sucks. Trump is criminal. Now TBA, well, at the rate it's going, TBA, it might be midnight. And I love you, my audience. If any of you guys got to duck out, I understand completely. I get it. So, just saying. But yeah, it's 10:30 now. There's a handful of other speakers, and there's Bashir, Warnock, Coons, Biden. So, depending on how much time each one of them takes, we might be headed for 11:30 or midnight here. And if this is Joe's valedictory speech, he's going to try and take it out in style. Just saying. TBA is like, front porch, I love you, but for gosh sakes, I understand. Just saying. I get it. Like I say, if anybody's got to take a dive, I understand completely. Yeah, we're just basically Congressman Crockett is up on stage right now. And after Congressman Crockett, the order of speakers goes like this. The Honorable Grace Ming, who is the member of the New York House of Representatives. Then joint remarks from three individuals, look like members of the Democrat Party, Amanda and Josh Zerowski, Caitlin Joshua from Louisiana, Hadley Duval from Kentucky, who's probably going to be introducing Bashir, and then down the line it will go. So there you go, folks. So yeah, that's a good question. How many drugs did they pump into Biden to make him last that long? I don't know. I know. Well, see, this gets to this Midmo. This gets to a really interesting question, and I'm gonna throw this out here, and if Ruben wants to chime in on this, he's completely at liberty to do so, or I'll just take this one myself. I don't know that Trump using the word communism is going to be all that effective. Don't get me wrong, that's what it is. I mean, you should call it what it is. I mean, it's basically Kamala Harris wants to adopt a command and control economy. Okay. But I don't know if using the word communism means anything to the current group of voters we're talking about right now. So I don't know that I'd necessarily use it as far as a persuasive tactic. TBA over on Rumble asked the question, what is your initial assessment of how the DNC is going so far? To me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, this is just my general impression. To me, this is a typical DNC in the following respect. Vilify your opponent, offer a bunch of platitudes about current problems, no real solutions, play to your base, talk about unions, and redress grievances. Now keep in mind, I'm slightly jaded in my look on this. But I just don't see how this is playing well. I mean, and like I say, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, Congressman Crockett has left the stage. We'll pop
but
back.
You're right. You're right. It's cookie cutter.
Yeah. I mean, so far, there's nothing about this convention.
Even Hillary's a cookie cutter.
Well, but to me, and again, I'm really surprised I'm saying this. To me, Hillary so far has given the best speech of the night. Now, maybe we'll see what happens when Warnock gets up there. I mean, after all, he's a preacher at the church that Martin Luther King Jr. was the pastor for so many years in Atlanta. We'll see what happens. But at this point, honestly, Hillary's given the best speech of anybody up there, and I'm genuinely shocked that I'm saying that. I really am. Yeah, Minmo, your assessment of the convention is the same as mine at this point. Rah rah and no substance, which is to me the heart of the way Kamala is running her campaign. No substance.
They're dying on this thing. They're dying on this abortion thing. It's all they have. It's the only platform they have.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not one of the biggest issues in this campaign. This campaign comes down to immigration and inflation.
And it's
pure and simple.
They're running on two things: abortion and she's a woman. That's it.
Yeah. And look, and ask Hillary Clinton how that worked out for her in 2016. Because when we haven't even gotten to the subject of the polling yet.
There's an analogy here in a way, if you think about it, in the sense that like business, when a business has a bad decision, like a Bud Light or Harley Davidson, Dunkin' Donuts, your Target, all of them are failing because they've done these woke policies. Hollywood's done. The slowest is politics. You have the Republicans. If Trump weren't there, they'd run on the same old talking points they'd run for forever. Get businesses, bring it in here, be strong on war, defense, all that stuff. And then the same thing on the Democratic side. And it's all platitudes on both sides. Nothing real.
Yeah,
And
no, I agree.
but again, it's so slow moving. It's like they're still living in the past, as though women can't get an abortion, blacks don't have jobs because they can't get ID. And poor them, we have to think for them all the time. But no one's. It's just pandering. And you see that from Michaela McHenry, the lady from that Trump brought up and spoke to her from the Chick-fil-A. You have it even in Chicago, where you had people actually talking about the fact that we're here and they're not thinking about us. They every 4 years they try to get the black vote, and then they say he's losing the black vote. Like Trump has, Biden at the time had 71% of the vote, which is usually 90. It's 70, cut in half. How is he losing the black base? It's like, but again, black base. They think of it as a voting bloc. What has blacks, Hispanics, whites, women? It's all of this. It's never about the individual. It's all about the base. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They think about the collective. Everything's on a collective terms, not about individual terms.
Yeah, it's never about individual freedom. It's never about individual accountability. It's never about what the individual can achieve. It's only because you only achieve because what the government is able to give you.
Yeah, and what Trump's trying to take away from you. Trump's trying to take away from thing for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Not give you, take away.
Yeah, if you're just joining us right now, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of the Democrat National Convention. And if you're not subscribed to either one of us on Rumble or on YouTube, what the heck? Subscribe, please. Help some friends out here, because Lord knows we need it. Also, share the link around. We're kind of keeping an eye on the stage. There's a set of speakers yet to come up. Governor Andy Beshear, who was at one point rumored to be a possible choice for vice presidential nominee. U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock, we're waiting for him to take the stage. U.S. Senator Chris Coons, who was the co-chair of Joe Biden's national campaign. Then you have Jill Biden, the president's wife, Ashley Biden, his daughter, and then Joe Biden is to give the keynote speech of the night. And I am just at this point, and again, I am not trying to be overly critical. I mean, you guys know where I stand on lefties and Democrats, but at this point, I'm not seeing anything in this convention that's just if I were Kamala Harris and her handlers, I'd be worried unless the next 3 nights are going to be like knock it out of the park spectacular. She might get a bounce out of this convention, but it ain't going at this point. If this is what they're going to do for the next 3 nights, it ain't going to be as big as she thinks it is. I mean,
but again, here's where it comes where I can agree with one aspect of it here. You heard Raskin, you heard AOC, and you heard Hillary, and you heard the theme of what's going on here. I can agree that Hillary had the best presentation for what her message was. Raskin had the most vitriol, and AOC was more pandering toward the youth and what she's doing there. But they had the same message, and that message to this whole has been cringy, very hollow, in my opinion. But we recognize the passion of Hillary's speech. The point I'm getting is here, it's not about the words, it's about how you convey them, how you speak them, how well you are, and how you can evoke something in these words. Because if you have like a speech from Reagan or a Gettysburg Address, and then you say it in a very non-coherent way, you're saying the words, but it doesn't make any sense, it's going to come off as hollow and fake. And this is where, in my opinion, her speech will backfire tremendously. Anytime she speaks, people are just like dumbfounded by how stupid she talks. So as this comes up, it's going to build up to a very anticlimactic speech where she's going to come off as very cringe. I know it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be, this will be the defining moment, because again, it's her moment in the spotlight. She's talking, say something, and she's going to pitch. She may blow it, in my opinion.
She might. I mean, like I say, I am yet to see anything from, like I say, Kamala's going to have the advantage of a tremendous buildup to Thursday night. She will have a teleprompter.
Right.
She will have all the advantages that you ought to have someone in a controlled political convention, which in reality, these things aren't even really conventions anymore. I said this during the RNC. They're giant infomercials.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm yet to understand. And again, I am not trying to be overly critical. I'm trying to be objective about this. But I'm yet to understand what the Democrats are trying to do here. I really am. I don't get it. What are they trying to do? I mean, yeah, you're trying to tell everybody who Kamala Harris is. Okay, I understand that. The American people want to know one thing. What the heck are you going to do about the problems? Now, Trump, I just saw a clip of something, and I'll pop this up here because I thought this was really good while we're waiting. And this runs about a minute, but it's worth every bit of it as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, we're still waiting for our next speaker to take the stage. And for those of y'all out there who need something to help you get over your stomach problems, this was a clip. CBS News did an interview with Trump tonight. And, you know, again, I'm keeping an eye on the stage. It looks like they're just about done. Yeah, and with that, well, I tell you what, I'll hold up on that. Governor Andy Beshear is about to take this. Let's pop in for this. Because like I said, Andy Beshear at one point might have been the vice presidential nominee. And to be perfectly honest, there are many people, myself included, that would have argued Beshear would have made the best choice. But let's see what happens here.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here.
Bullshit. Big shit. Bullshit.
We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to hold it right here.
That was awful.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Okay, to keep me out of trouble with the YouTube, the gods of YouTube. Oh boy. All right, let's go to the stage.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together.
Not a bad line. It's pretty good.
So together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness.
Oh, shut up, fucker.
It is a kind of cancer.
I'm done with this shit.
Metastasized into dozens of voter suppression.
You know what I want to say?
Across our country.
I'm black, you know. I could say it.
We must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide,
Ruben,
again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience.
Shut the fuck up. You're the plague. Dumbass. Jesus Christ.
He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another.
And to think
and
this
yes,
man...
I saw him.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's a preacher. He's preaching evil. Preacher of evil.
And doesn't even preach well.
And endorsing
Mark's
a Bible
preacher.
as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
What the fuck up? Can't even read it.
It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
What a dumb fuck.
Dipstick.
I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you. A true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Oh my God.
But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast the tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month.
Oh, shut up. It's not your bill, faggot.
Whatever. Trump was doing
Oh my
that
God.
before you ever thought about it.
Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together.
Come on, let's talk about the Inflation
I've got
Reduction
news
Act.
for you. We are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election?
God, he's terrible.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz
Are drunks.
represent the new way forward.
Oh, sorry. I was wrong.
We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man.
He was Fred Sanford?
Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Thank you, Reverend Wright.
There are many speeches that will be remembered in the laurels of Democrat convention history. The great Ted Kennedy speech of 1980. The flame is still alive, and so on. Barack Obama's 2004 address at the Democrat convention. Mario Cuomo's 1984 address at the DNC in San Francisco. But I can honestly say that after tonight, Raphael Warnock's speech won't even make it to first base. He struck out at the plate, and I expected more of the man who pastors the same church that Martin Luther King Jr. pastored many years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. Merciful Lord, that was bad. I mean, there were parts he tried. He tried to be rhetorically interesting, couldn't deliver it. Just plain awful.
Yep. Again, it's that he's from Raskin and him, just the whole insurrectionist thing. It's just like it's getting, again, the big lie, all this bullshit. CNN loves this guy probably.
Yeah, well, and you know, I'm monitoring, like you, Ruben. I'm monitoring Twitter.
Yeah,
and Jack Posobiec, the editor in chief over at Human Events magazine, made a really great point. How is anybody finding any of this inspiring? And again, now keep in mind, we're coming from a right-leaning perspective, either conservative, libertarian, or we're on the right side of the political spectrum. But mother of God, how is anybody finding this inspiring? There's nothing in here that is anything. It's just awful.
It's hot. Again, it's let's say it's boilerplate Democratic talking points, speeches, but it's done very empty.
Yeah. No, Leah, darling. First of all, and I say this again with all the love and affection in my heart. Glad you're here tonight, baby. The delusion of the Democrat cult runs very deep. I absolutely agree with that. I mean, now, by the way, there is something else that people are noticing. Ruben, what hour of the night is it?
Oh, it's 10 o'clock in the PM. It's 11 PM on
the East Coast.
And it's extremely late for some reason.
Yeah, and Chris Coons, the senator from Delaware, who was the co-chairman of the Biden campaign, is now up there. There are two more speakers before we get to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
They are going to put him speaking on the stage almost at midnight. This is a man, and look, don't get me wrong, I've got no love for Joe Biden, but the point that people are making on Twitter is quite valid. This is a guy who said that he has trouble doing, events after 8 o'clock in the evening. Okay. And again, he's a big boy. I understand he's president of the United States, but if this is supposed to be some kind of valedictory, Joe, thank you for 50 plus years of service to the Democrat Party. Thank you for all your years as a senator, as a vice president, and now as president. This is extraordinarily disrespectful. It really is. They're going to run this guy out there at midnight when almost everybody's already in bed, except for lunatics like me that don't have a life. You, on the other hand, you have a life, but, you're choosing to hang out with me, which means you're merciful and compassionate. I give you that. But yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, they are absolutely, they're boring everybody to death. I agree with you. And they are disrespecting. And again, not that I got any great love for Joe Biden, but it's completely true. They are absolutely disrespecting this guy.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. Well, okay. But this whole, and again, Ruben, if I'm wrong, tell me, but this whole first night is a snooze fest.
Yeah.
It really is. And to our audience, we're glad you're here with us, watching this with us. But there's nothing compelling.
There's no policy has come out, nothing about what they're going to do. We got to move forward. We're not going back. How? We're going to move forward. We're not going back. How? We're not. How?
Yeah. And you know what? It's small time. I absolutely agree with you on this. Chris Coons was the co-chair of the Biden campaign. If he had any principles about him at all, why in God's name? If you're here to support your friend and mentor, Joe Biden, that I would understand. Okay? But this makes no sense at all. He's probably going to be up there for another 5 or 10 minutes. Jill's probably going to be up there for like 10 or 15. Ashley's going to be up there for another 10 or 15. And then Joe takes the stage at almost midnight.
Are they going to shower together?
Oh, God. You had to go there, didn't you? You had to go there, didn't you?
Well, of course. Now, my father is a squeaky league record. I know this. I watched his balls.
Oh, God.
Just saying.
My dad would never soft soap anything. I ought to know,
I know, but the whole point, it's like it's his bedtime. Go take her back to the hotel, give him a bath, give him a sponge bath. Like, Daddy, come on, Daddy, you want a sponge bath, Daddy? I swear, it's just stupid.
Thank you, darling. Yeah, where's Hunter? You're letting everybody else in the family speak. Come on. Well, now, Robert, you're real now. Ruben, look at this. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't be here. Yeah.
There you go.
And while we're waiting for the Biden family to take stage, my name's Brian Trippett on the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of the first night of the DNC, which, like I say, there is nothing about this that. All right, Coons is leaving the stage, which means that Jill Biden ought to be coming up next. We'll pop it back up here, but oh my God, this is just plain awful. Genuinely just plain awful. Incredible. Just absolutely incredible. Yeah. Well, I'm a little surprised they're doing this too. Small time asked the question, where's Hunter? But honestly, if anybody's going to be doing this, it ought to be Hunter. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but honestly, if this is the valedictory send off, Hunter's been more, and I'm not saying this to open the can of worms. Hunter's been more involved with his dad's political career than Ashley has, as far as I know. I'm really surprised she's giving the introductory, and which also begs another question: why isn't Jill doing the introductory for Joe? I don't understand the order here. Maybe we'll hear it when they start speaking, but we'll find out. All right, with that, Jill Biden is about to take the stage, and we will listen in on this. Oh, this should be interesting. This should be very interesting. Nice dress, sister. Okay. Although on second look, looks like sparkly latex. It's like, oh my God, honey. Ew. Stop it. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
And amazingly, you haven't killed each other yet.
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
You slipped your roofie?
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face.
Oh no.
On nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked.
Daddy loves to shower with women.
And he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day.
Yes, the little girl that dropped an ice cream cone.
Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs.
Yeah, sniff your hair.
Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself.
Which was his salary he wasn't getting.
Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility.
Oof. Who did that angle? That's weird.
Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office.
And other hand up her dress.
Will you stop it?
And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Oh my God. Oh, geez, oh, Pete.
Cringe.
Oh, that's awful. That is just
With faith
that
and
smirk.
conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special. Someone to keep your eye on."
Special ed.
He was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Jill Biden, spouse of Joe Biden, president of the United States. Well, she's not president of the United States, but Joe is. She just happens to be the spouse. Or maybe she is the president of the United States. Who knows? You know, I got to say it. I got to put this back up here because I agree with you. All right, here comes Ashley Biden. This should be interesting. Let's see. Do we have any music going in the background? Yep. Okay. Sorry, YouTube.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
It's the eve of my 8th birthday.
Oh my.
Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate.
No, okay, it's not that story.
That night,
Daddy, I want to shower, Daddy.
Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car.
Uh-oh.
I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad.
Oh,
God.
Oh, no, that's bad.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework.
Oh, my.
And he would sit next to me
Oh,
doing
God.
his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
Yeah, but if you're part of the body, it should hurt you. And I'll do it. I'll do the law.
And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him.
Oh.
Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives.
She can relate.
Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us.
Okay, go.
After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way.
Amendment, and now the last great political speech of his career, outside of his address to the nation when he leaves office.
Yeah.
And this is what you're doing. Please give me a effing break.
What happened? Oh.
Okay, here we go. She's good, but he's gonna rat her out. He oughta.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm running.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you.
Yep.
Thank you.
This man does not want to give this speech.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Butcher. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, 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 boom.
Ooh.
Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom?
Yeah, Trump.
Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Not democracy, yeah.
Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? President of the United States.
That's a very insecure woman.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States.
I failed.
In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol that's 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob.
Oh, God.
But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now there is no place in America for political violence. None.
Okay, outside your.
Say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believe then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy.
Are you kidding me?
Delivered. And now democracy must be preserved.
Wow. That's ironic.
Then why aren't you running?
And why did
You've heard
Kamala
me
Harris
say
vote?
before, we're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville.
Oh,
shut up.
In 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s.
Shut up.
Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So emboldened by a president then in the White House
Wrong.
that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
Oh, my
Wrong.
God.
Lie. Never lie.
Said.
Lie, lie, lie.
That's what he said and what
That
he
is
meant.
a blatant lie.
That's when I realized I had listened to the admonition of my dead son.
Oh,
I
shut
could
up.
not stay in the sidelines.
And now,
I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us.
wrong.
More than any time in all of history.
Wrong.
Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity.
Oh, God.
Demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class.
My God.
I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
So, what did you do for East Palestine, Ohio, big
Because
boy?
of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up. And inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down.
Oh, you dummy. You dummy. You went there.
The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's the text and tips one. She voted in the affirmative to tax tips.
And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
What? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Never built a
Now,
damn
because
thing.
of what Kamala and I have done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed. But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt.
That's the line. No one ever got connected.
And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. For $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education.
Yeah, do away with it.
During the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than they were under Donald Trump. What? Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history.
Shut up.
Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever.
Oh my God.
Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history.
Only because
Violent
the
crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime
Because anything that's was a felony before is not felony now.
We put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Oh, fuck off. Nothing. Total nothing.
Men in Black section.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence.
This speech is such a waste.
And it makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do.
Oh, here it comes.
More children in America are killed by a gunshot than
Wrong.
any other cause in the United States.
Wrong.
Or die
Wrong.
from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else.
Wrong.
In the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again.
Nope.
and demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you.
What?
Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border in the history of the United States.
Wrong.
That we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks.
How could Trump do it? He's not in the office, moron.
Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically.
Wrong.
My God.
That's a damn line.
I'm serious.
You know
Think
it
about
is,
it. Not
Joe.
a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true.
Oh, don't like you.
Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%.
Wrong.
In fact, there are fewer
What?
border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office.
That's
Wrong.
a damn lie.
And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America.
They're the poison in the blood of
God.
America. They are poison.
Of our country.
They're poison. 100% poison.
Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
Wrong. Nope.
And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go again. More shit.
Ah, okay.
And your freedom to choose.
Oh, really?
In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade that you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding.
The drugs are wearing off.
MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022.
Shut up.
And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch.
Oh, God, so dumb.
And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court.
Yeah, higher.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
It is midnight on the East Coast.
She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange.
What about East Palestine?
War.
Illinois. I mean, Ohio, sorry.
Hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, 4-star General John Kelly.
Here it comes.
Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country.
Yep, here it comes.
He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is?
Shut
Who
the fuck
does he think he is?
Liar. You're the sucker. You're the
There's no words for a person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin.
Oh, shut up.
I never have.
God.
And I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down.
No, she'll kneel down in front of him.
Exactly, with knee pads.
When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours, sum total, to my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
And we spent God knows how many billions of dollars down that rat hole.
Yep.
When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
Because they already have.
Where you been, Joe? Where you been?
To bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
Peace and security was in the Middle East when Trump was in.
As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally, finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency.
Thank God.
I've got a lot to do.
Hell no.
I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's not true.
Oh, really? Really? Yeah, I'd be rubbing my eyes.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim, President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more.
What?
You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax.
Which is probably less than what we're paying under your regime.
Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%.
Wrong.
If we just increase their taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax even. It would raise 500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare.
My reaction to Ruben.
Kamala and Tim will protect your
tired bullshit of pay your own fair share.
Right, your right to vote.
There is nothing.
To
in
protect your
this speech.
civil rights.
There is nothing.
And you know,
in this speech.
It's nothing.
Do everything.
He
to ban
I've got
abortion
so much to say about
nationwide. Oh, he will.
Oh, he will.
No, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Mother of God.
You know how many times Trump mentioned Biden or anybody mentioned Biden?
The character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen
Walls looks constipated.
are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
DEI hire.
We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. Oh, that's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again.
You're not going to lose. He didn't lose last time.
Think about that. He means it. Think about that.
He's
probably seen a bloodbath.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
Lying to his
and then he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words.
He is doing nothing but repeating every stinking lie.
By the way, this sucker means it.
Exactly.
No, I'm not joking. Think about it.
You are joking.
Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this.
He's closing?
Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career.
Oh, you can say that again.
But I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the valedictory speech of outgoing President Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. A speech that, from my perspective, was an absolute waste. And I'll explain why here momentarily. We're watching the closing moments as Jill Biden is out on stage with her husband, wearing what looks like a sparkly couch cover for a dress. And, oh, God, here comes the knife wielder herself. Yeah, come here, Joe. Let me give you one more hug so I can put the dagger in your back. Yeah. Watch it, Kamala. He might be sniffing your hair. Just saying. I mean, if you shampooed tonight, that might be his thing. Yeah, give him a hug. Because your wife done stuck the knife in him. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, folks. That is not. Oh, whoa, wait. Hold it. Here comes finally walks on stage.
Oh, Hunter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently he was in the background. Let me pop this up here. Did I put this? No. Where is it? Come on. Daggone you. Ah, yeah, here it is. Yeah, Hunter was in the background, keeping an eye on his dad. All right, your thoughts on the speech, Ruben?
Completely pointless.
Yeah. I mean,
It
you
just,
know, go ahead.
yeah, pointless and coherent, doing the same lies he says over and over again. It's not going to go anywhere. It's already trending badly right now.
Well, here's why I say the speech was a waste.
Dementia Joe is trending. Dementia Joe.
I remember Reagan's 92 speech at the Houston convention when Herbert Walker Bush was trying to be reelected.
Mm-hmm.
And although America didn't realize it at the time, it was Reagan's great goodbye. I remember the 88 speech when Poppy Bush was trying to get elected and Reagan did the handoff. It was done with class, with elegance. But I mean, number one, Reagan was a very gifted orator.
Right.
You might not have agreed with his politics, but the man was an extraordinarily gifted orator.
Yes.
And both of those speeches, you could take either one of them and match them up against Joe Biden. It would take Joe Biden 10 of his speeches to match either one of those that Reagan gave, either in 88 or 92.
Mm-hmm.
This speech was disappointing because Joe could have went out on a high note.
Right.
Passing the baton to Kamala and doing it in a way where he acknowledged the accomplishments of his administration.
That's
whether you agree with them or not, you can make that argument all night long, and that's fine. But he could have done it, instead, he repeated every disproved lie that he's been saying about Trump for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
He was yelling. He was angry. It was about all about Trump. It was every lie he's ever told on Trump for 5 years.
Right.
And it was a waste. And the whole first night, I'm sorry. And again, I'm trying to be objective about this. I mean, I know I come to this with biases, but I don't see it. I don't see how any of this inspires anybody out there. I really don't.
Because it needs it. You're correct. A presidential speech of this caliber is about inspiring you to vote for the future based upon what the vision is. This entire night, all the vision was, we're about to vote. We could vote a woman this time. That's not a vision. Yeah. We have to protect Roe versus Wade, which is already settled. Mm-hmm. I don't know what they're talking about. They want to go back. They want to go back. Not forward. They want to go back.
Yeah.
And then the idea that, what else were they talking about? What else were they saying? Just, Donald Trump is the devil, basically. Satan incarnate. That's basically it. That's all they said. Those three things.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And Biden basically said, I'm proud of what I've accomplished. And he rattled off some of those things that were completely bullshit, like the fact that immigration, illegal immigration's down. It's high. And again, Twitter's basically his speech has the most that's a lie out there. It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't do Kamala any favors with that speech. I'm sorry. I mean, she's trying to distance herself from Biden. Biden's trying to say, hey, she was there every step of the way. Look at what she's done with me. And now she gets a chance to do it on her own. And the American people look at that going, oh, hell no. If that's what you did with Joe Biden, I am not about to vote for you. This was a mistake on so many levels. At first I felt sorry for Biden that they're making him take the stage at 11:25 at night. Eastern Standard. Well, he gave a speech that ran almost 50 minutes or close to it, or 50 or 55 minutes. It was rambling. It was yelling. It was angry. It was, I agree with this. Yeah. Same yelling lies, nothing but lies, and then goes to Charlottesville, first thing out of the chute. It's like, God. I mean, he could have gone out on a high note. Instead, he revealed himself to be what he has been for 50 years, a partisan, petty, mean-spirited son of a bitch. I'm sorry. It just, am I sad to see the way the Democrat Party did him? Yeah. I'm not feeling much sympathy after this speech. I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm really not. Not after this. So, folks, with that, we're going to wrap it up because everybody's got lives and everybody also needs to get some sleep, your hosts included. Ruben, where can people find you on social media? What can they do to support your efforts? And I want to thank you so much because I know, like I said, I know you've been going through some health stuff, and the fact you've toughed it out this long.
Yeah, every time that I turned it off, I laid down. So
okay, all right,
not a problem. But basically, no, thank you very much. No, this is important because again, ever since I could remember, I've watched this political aspect. 72, I can remember the first one, 76. And I was fascinated by it because it's the great body politics, civics. Because again, it's all about we the people. We stand as this is all our process, flawed as it is or corrupt in this regard. But again, I'm glad I'm being here. Thank you very much. You can follow me on Rumble, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, and I'm just doing a lot of stuff. Basically, giving you all an update really fast of what's going on. I had a seizure. Basically, I have a condition called myasthenia gravis. It's like MS. It's multiple sclerosis, but it's different. Actually, a little different. It's very rare. Out of let's say out of 1 million people, less than 50 get it. It's just very, very, very rare. And when I was in the hospital, they didn't even know. I said, "What do you have? What?" And they didn't even know. So they had to research and bring a knowledge and all that stuff. It was very, very strange. But I've spent 3 weeks in the last rehab, starting to walk again, doing stuff. So I'm out there. But I am tired because again, I have to phase it out here. But again, it's so important to get involved and know what's going on here, seeing what they're saying, seeing what the other side says, and having a cohesive argument. My argument is I want to be left alone to my devices. I want to have regulation. I remember being 9 years old and saying, if I were president, I would run on one thing. I promise you nothing but to get the government out of your way. I said that at 9. I said that 9 years old. That was me at 9 saying that. Because again, I want to be able to do whatever the hell I want to do. And I still want to do it now. And then what's been going on since 2020 has been a shambles of what my dream has been. Because up to that point, I just minded my own business. Every 4 years I would vote. I didn't like voting every 2 because I move around a lot. I don't care about local. I care about national and the grander things. Mm-hmm. Now this had me involved. I don't know where I'm going to live. I don't want to live in these places because again, now I see people and I see what they're doing, and it's like they're picking sides, and this is a battle of our lives. So this is the battle I want to be in. I'm here in Chicago. I'm going to be monitoring what's going on here. Follow me on Twitter because that's where I'm basically doing things right now because I'm a little weak still. I haven't made a video on YouTube in about a couple of months. I did some fold there, but please follow me on X and Rumble. I'm tired right now. Sorry, but just do that and then but continue to follow me. My story will be there. And thank you, Brian, Christian again, Daniel, everybody here, everybody in the chat. It's all good. I don't know if I sound weird or anything, but I can't tell.
You're fine, dude. You're fine. Yeah, I'll wrap it up for myself. Follow me on Rumble. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. I want to thank again, and like Ruben said, I want to thank Christian Watson. I want to thank Daniel De La Fay, and thank all of you guys for being here with us tonight. This is the first night of this, folks, and like I say, there's an old expression from the good book that says, gird up your loins, because we got 3 more nights of this if you choose to brave it with us. So with that, we're going to go ahead and sign it off for the night. Thank you guys so much for being here for day 1 of the Democrat National Convention from Chicago, Illinois. I'm Brian Trippett. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes signing off for the night. We love you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow night.